Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on membranous nephropathy. I'm here with my appropriately socially distanced co-host, David Feldman from the National Kidney Foundation. We're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it is my honor to introduce David, who is a medical project director at the National Kidney Foundation, and he will be providing some welcoming remarks. David.
Thank you, James. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this EL-PFDD meeting on membranous nephropathy. I'm happy to say that 134 people registered for this meeting, including patients, care partners, FDA staff, pharmaceutical company representatives, nephrologists, researchers, and others. And we're delighted to have representation from 28 states and from Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Australia. We at the National Kidney Foundation are proud to partner for the second time with NephCure Kidney International in hosting an EL-PFDD meeting. And I just want to say how much of a pleasure it's been to work again with Kelly Helm at NephCure. We wish this meeting could have been in person, but for obvious reasons, we chose a virtual format because this was the safest and quickest way to bring your voices to the FDA now. At today's meeting, the patients and care partners that you are will have the unusual chance to speak directly to the two most important groups that will determine what treatments become available to you: the FDA and pharma companies that are developing medicines for MN. And believe me, they want to hear from you because they know you are the experts in living with membranous nephropathy. And so during today's meeting, you can advise the FDA and pharma by telling them what they want to know, which is mainly what it's like to live with MN, what you're hoping for in new treatments, and what trade-offs you'd be willing to accept in a new therapy. In other words, your input today can actually help influence drug development for MN, and therefore help make drugs that matter to you become available. Today, we're asking you to open your lives up to us. Please don't be bashful. Make your voices heard today. If you want to see today's agenda, just scroll down on your screen and click on the meeting agenda link. And now for a few thank yous. First, to our patients and one parent care partner who will provide testimonies today. Thank you for your dedication and your courage in preparing your talks. It's really been an honor to work with you. And thank you to our discussion panelists who will add even more insights into today's conversations. A special thank you goes to our meeting co-chairs, Drs. Lawrence Beck and Ashley Jefferson, whose talks will prepare us for today's discussions. This is the National Kidney Foundation's 5th EL-PFDD meeting, and once again, we're happy to thank the FDA for their involvement. And I especially want to thank Shannon Cole for her support in planning this meeting, and Dr. Eliza Thompson for her contribution today and for her continued and strong support of EL-PFDD meetings on kidney disease. And of course, we're very grateful to our sponsors, Alexion, BioCris, ChemoCentryx, Mallinckrodt, and Novartis for their generous support. And now I want to talk specifically to the patients and the care partners. We know from previous EL-PFDD meetings that seeking hope is paramount in your lives. And I think today's meeting actually gives reason for that hope. And here's why I think that. First, over the last several years, there have been major advances in the understanding of the causes of MN. And secondly, partly because of this new knowledge, several pharmaceutical companies are now interested in MN. In fact, as I mentioned before, 5 pharmaceutical companies are supporting this meeting. So think about that. This means that the scientists and the executives in these companies understand the importance of finding drugs for membranous nephropathy and believe that it's worth investing efforts and resources into it. And so our wish is that you can take hope from knowing that there are research efforts around the world seeking treatments for MN. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Eliza Thompson. Dr. Thompson is the Deputy Director of the Division of Cardiology and Nephrology, which is in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, that's the FDA. This is the division that will review the merits of potential new drugs for MN. And now Dr. Thompson will tell us how EL-PFDD meetings like ours fit into the FDA's function to approve new drugs. Dr. Thompson, thank you very much for joining us today.
Good morning, good afternoon, I guess good evening. Thank you so much, David, for that introduction, and thank you all for joining us today. As David mentioned, I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Cardiology and Nephrology at the FDA, and I'm very excited to be here today with all of you, as is the team of people from FDA who are joining in this meeting, and very much we all look forward to learning from you today and to listening to you. I think, as David noted, this is an incredibly exciting time for drug development for membranous nephropathy because of important advances in the science, because of your efforts. Pharmaceutical companies are interested in developing therapies for you. And so this meeting is truly critical. It's critical that we, both FDA as well as our partners in industry, hear from you today and learn from you in terms of what you need and how we should proceed moving forward. It goes without saying that patients should be at the center of the drug development process. But some would argue that we've lost track of that along the way. Fortunately, there are a lot of efforts that are ongoing to rectify that, to make sure we do a better job moving forward. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some of you may already be familiar with some of our efforts in this space, but for those of you who are not, I'm going to go over them at least at a high level on this slide and the next. If you think about our efforts, you can really bin them into two larger categories. One category is focused on listening to patients and learning from patients what matters to them, how they view risks versus benefits of a therapy and the trade-off. A separate aspect is what I'll call the scientific aspect, and that's really focuses on the science around ensuring that we rigorously and systematically incorporate the patient voice in drug development. And so as you'll see based on some of these descriptions of our initiatives, some are focused on that science piece, and I won't speak to those, but others are focusing on really what we're doing here today, which is listening to you about what matters to you and learning from you. Another important aspect of this program and of these meetings is also understanding from you about how you want your clinical trials to be done, bearing in mind that the clinical trials are how we establish the safety and efficacy of new therapies for diseases, and understanding how you consider the trade-off between the benefits and risks of those therapies, or what constitutes an acceptable trade-off between benefit and risk. Next slide, please. And so you see some of that summarized here. Though it will not be the focus of today's meeting, other parts of this initiative at FDA also focus on how we best as an agency in our labels and other communications can communicate information to you about a drug's benefits and risks so that you can make more informed decisions about what is right for you. Next slide, please. Often when I'm asked to speak at these meetings, I'm asked to share how they have impacted us. And by these meetings, I mean patient-focused drug development meetings. I suspect that in the years to come, there will be scientists both from within the agency, within FDA, and also outside FDA, that will conduct rigorous scientific research and evaluate how these meetings have impacted us. But I can really only speak to this issue from a personal level. And in doing so, I really want to speak to it in terms of what I would say are the immediate impacts of these meetings, as well as some longer term impacts. In terms of the immediate impacts, I think it's fair to say that the stories that we'll hear today, your stories, are powerful. Although many of you see us as regulators, we are people. We are parents. We are children. We have many people we love. And some of these people and some of us have been patients. Some of us have been caregivers. And I think fundamentally, we connect with the stories that we hear. When we see you, we see the ones we love, and we very much want to help. I think your stories, the stories that we'll hear today, also remind us of the urgency with which we must act to really overcome the obstacles to drug development in this space. And certainly they inspire us to do better than how we have done before. I also think that the stories we hear today speak to why many of us who work at the FDA decided to pursue careers ultimately in medicine, and why we decided to come to the FDA. Simply put, it's not enough to be able to tell someone that they have a disease. We need to be able to treat it. And so with that, again, want to thank you for your willingness to come today and share what are going to be very personal stories. So thank you. Thank you for that. On this slide, you'll see we have been fortunate, and as David alluded to have a number of PFDD meetings. And I would say the stories that I heard, the individual stories that I heard, stay very much with me. But even beyond that, and I spoke also to the fact that these have a longer term impact, these meetings, I wanted to address that. As David may have mentioned, or as will be mentioned later on at this meeting, one output of this meeting is a report. The report that summarizes what you all shared today. And that report will serve as a roadmap for us at the FDA when we provide guidance to sponsors, and also a roadmap to industry when they design their trials. And that will help us do a better job moving forward of making sure that we develop and find safe and effective treatments for membranous nephropathy. Next slide, please. So in closing, I just want to say that successful drug development takes a village, and that you all, the people living with the disease, need to be at the center of this process. As I previously noted, the meetings we're having today, this meeting is critical. It's critical for us at FDA. But I just want to highlight that this is really just one step in a much larger and longer process, because to truly accelerate drug development for membranous, we need all of you who are participating today to remain actively involved and essentially to drive this process and to inspire and encourage those who aren't on the call with us today to be involved. Next slide, please. Right. But before I close, I do want to make one final comment. Earlier, I noted that we need to be able to do more than tell someone that they have a disease. I said we also needed to be able to treat it. But I left something out. People who are diagnosed with a disease also need to know what will likely happen to them, so that they can make decisions about treatments and they can make plans for their future. For example, people living with membranous nephropathy need to know whether or not they're likely to undergo a spontaneous remission. And they also need to know what it means if their proteinuria improves but doesn't completely go away. We also need to understand these same issues when we design clinical trials. We need to know this to design these trials efficiently and effectively. But really, the only way we can answer these questions is with data. And so, moving forward, I hope you'll all actively participate in discussions about data sharing and the use of your data to answer questions such as these. With that, I will stop. From the team at FDA, we thank you very much for sharing your experiences and stories. We are eager to hear from you and to learn from you, and we very much look forward to working with you in the years to come. Back to you, David.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. You perfectly put today's meeting into context. Now, I am very happy to introduce our first topic speaker, Dr. Ashley Jefferson. Dr. Jefferson is a nephrologist and clinical researcher at the University of Washington School of Medicine, where he's a professor of medicine and director of the Glomerular Disease Clinic. Dr. Jefferson is an expert in membranous nephropathy and will present an overview of the natural history of membranous nephropathy and its treatment. Welcome, Dr. Jefferson.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to give you some background information on membranous nephropathy and its current treatment. So first of all, what is membranous nephropathy? So as I think we all know, membranous nephropathy is a kidney disease and really primarily affects the kidneys. It's an autoimmune or an immunological kidney disease. And what I mean by that is that the body forms antibodies, and these antibodies are directed at cells in the kidney called the podocytes. And these cells are actually in the filters of the kidney. So the filters in the kidney are called glomeruli. And of interest, the condition's called membranous nephropathy because of the thickening of the glomerular basement membrane that we see on a kidney biopsy. So I mentioned the filters of the kidney. This is the glomerulus. And we can see on the left-hand side that the glomerulus is really a ball of blood vessels or a ball of capillaries, and filtration happens across this capillary wall. And on the right-hand side, we can see a filter. And what we want to happen is that fluid or water and small molecules will be filtered across this filter. But the filter, when it's intact, will stop things like blood cells and protein from going across. Now, in conditions like membranous nephropathy, we have damage to these filters, and this allows blood cells and protein to cross into the urine. And this is the big clue when we see patients who have glomerular disease, that we see protein in the urine. So how do we make a diagnosis of membranous nephropathy? So typically we do a kidney biopsy. So many of you may have had this done, where you lie on your front, we put a needle into the kidney, and we take 3 little pieces of the kidney away. And on the right-hand side, you can actually see these pieces. And sometimes with the native eye, you can actually see these little red dots that are the glomeruli. But obviously we look at these under a microscope, and this is the sort of pattern that we see. We can actually see the thickening of these capillary loops. And with using a different technique called immunofluorescence, we can actually see the antibody that gets deposited along these capillary walls. And on the right-hand side, under EM, we can see these little dark areas, which are called immune complexes. And this is actually the antibody that's being deposited underneath the podocyte, leading to some of the damage in membranous nephropathy. I'll come back to this with a summary slide in a little bit. So many of you are familiar with the clinical features of membranous nephropathy. So we have a condition we call nephrotic syndrome, and this is a condition where we get a lot of protein in the urine, greater than 3.5 grams in a 24-hour period, associated with swelling of the ankles. So sometimes membranous nephropathy is just picked up on blood tests. We see protein in the urine or low protein levels in the blood. Other times patients present with symptoms. We often see fatigue or weakness in patients who have membranous nephropathy. I suppose the cardinal feature is the swelling that we see. Now, swelling goes where gravity takes it. So typically the swelling is found in the ankles and often gets worse throughout the day and maybe improves a little bit at night when people are in bed. And over time, this can lead to kidney damage. We're also concerned about some of the complications of membranous nephropathy. Patients are at risk of blood clots, also at risk of infection. And over the long term, partly due to the high cholesterol levels that we see, patients are at risk of cardiovascular disease. So when we're thinking about treatments, we want to try and understand the mechanism of membranous nephropathy. So I mentioned that this is an autoimmune disease caused by antibodies. So antibodies come from B cells, or more accurately, plasma cells. And a lot of our therapies are directed at these B cells and plasma cells that make the antibodies. I mentioned the antibodies then attack the podocytes or get deposited in the filters. These black dots again are the immune complexes. And then there's a variety of pathways that injure the filtration barrier, and some of the treatments are directed against these pathways. And once the filtration barrier gets damaged, we get protein leaking into the urine, proteinuria, and then eventually kidney damage. So a big question for many years was what are the antibodies, or what is the antibody that causes membranous nephropathy? And this was identified by my co-chair, Dr. Beck, in July 2009. And this is really a landmark paper in the field of nephrology. And he and his group identified the M-type phospholipase A2 receptor as the target of the antibodies in the commonest form of membranous nephropathy. And we find these antibodies, or that either in the blood, or we can see them in the kidney as well, in 70 to 80% of patients with primary membranous nephropathy. And clinically, as I'll describe, we actually use this to try and guide therapy. Now, it's important to recognize that there are many different types of membranous nephropathy. These are broadly categorized as primary membranous nephropathy when they're not associated with other clinical diseases, or secondary membranous nephropathy. And whenever we find a patient who has membranous nephropathy, we're always careful to look out for secondary causes such as cancer, particularly in older patients, lupus, particularly in young women, infections such as hepatitis B, and certain medications that have been associated with this disorder. But many of the cases that the majority of cases are actually primary, that we do not have a secondary cause. And most of the clinical trials that we will be discussing will be with primary membranous nephropathy. As I mentioned, 70 to 80% of these are associated with the anti-PLA2R antibody. But over the last few years, another 5, 6, 7, or 8 antibodies have actually been identified. And most of these are not yet clinically available, but we certainly hope in the future we will be able to clinically assess this panel of antibodies to get a better idea of the underlying etiology for the individual patient. Now, I mentioned that we use these anti-PLA2R antibodies clinically. So one way we use these is when we're thinking about starting immunosuppression therapy. So we know that patients who, when we measure their anti-PLA2R titer in the blood, when we see them usually around the time of biopsy, that those patients who have low-level antibodies or declining antibodies actually have quite a good chance of going into a spontaneous remission. In other words, their kidney disease will get better without therapy. By contrast, those who have high titers, or particularly titers that are increasing, their chance of going into a spontaneous remission is much less. And then secondly, we can actually use these antibodies when we're treating patients to see how well our treatment is going. And there's really 2 things that I want to show you in this slide. So one is, if you look at this blue line, this is the proteinuria response to treatment. We can see that when we start, it actually takes quite a long time for the proteinuria level to fall. So on the axis here, you can see that we're getting up to about 24 months before the proteinuria has resolved. So membranous is kind of a slow disease that takes a long time to improve. But notably, you can see the antibody in red, this level falls much more quickly. And so this can give us a good idea at an early stage, an earlier stage, if our treatment is improving. So if we see a fall in the antibody, but not a big change yet in the proteinuria, we're still happy that our therapy is actually doing what we want it to do. So in summary, we can follow anti-PLA2R levels at early on when we're deciding whether to start therapy or not. If we have low levels or falling levels, we might watch and observe the patient to see if they go into a spontaneous remission. Whereas if we see high levels or climbing levels at the beginning, we're more likely to start immunosuppression at an earlier stage. And then secondly, during treatment, if we see falling levels, this is a marker of effective therapy, and actually tends to precede the improvement in proteinuria and other measures that we have. And then finally, just the treatment of membranous nephropathy. So membranous nephropathy, the treatment is broadly divided into these two categories: supportive therapy and immunosuppression. So supportive therapy is therapy to protect the kidneys and try and reduce the protein in the urine. And this is something that we do for a wide range of glomerular diseases. We're not treating the root cause of the membranous nephropathy at this stage, but we're treating many of the symptoms. So these are things like the diets that are required for membranous nephropathy, particularly a low sodium diet and a moderate protein diet. We want to achieve good blood pressure control, typically less than 120/75 or somewhere in this range. We want to control the edema. We do this with diuretics. The ACE inhibitors or angiotensin receptor blockers that we use for blood pressure also help to reduce the proteinuria. We may consider vitamin D supplementation. And we also want to prevent some of the complications of nephrotic syndrome, such as cardiovascular protection with statins to lower cholesterol. And some patients are at higher risk of clots, so we may consider anticoagulation for those patients. The other arm is actually getting to the underlying cause of the membranous nephropathy. We want to actually decrease and get rid of the antibodies that are causing this disease. And so some patients we will treat with immunosuppression. And we tend to target the treatment to those who are at higher risk of either progression of the kidney disease or of complications from the nephrotic syndrome. So those who have severe edema, very low serum albumin levels or high clotting risk, patients who have disease that does not seem to be responding to other therapies and possibly getting worse with persistent proteinuria, patients who were starting to see kidney function decline, and we measure this with the serum creatinine, and then also those who have high or climbing titers of the antibody levels, as they are less likely to go into a spontaneous remission. And then my last slide is just summarizing sort of three of the common treatments that we use in membranous nephropathy. So we use calcineurin inhibitors such as tacrolimus or cyclosporin. We also use rituximab, which is an IV infusion, and cyclophosphamide, which is an alkylating agent. This is usually used in the combination with steroids. And depending on the severity of the disease and the clinical course, we'll choose typically one of these treatments or occasionally a combination of them. There's also a wide range of other treatments that have been investigated in this disease, but it's important to remember that this is a difficult disease for many patients. Often they do not respond to these standard therapies, so there's a great need to look for new therapies in membranous nephropathy, and hopefully this will be the discussion at this meeting. So thank you for your time, and we will head back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Jefferson, for that very clear, wonderful presentation and for setting the stage so well for our upcoming discussions. And now we are at the core of the meeting, hearing from you. And to lead us through the rest of the meeting, I'm happy to introduce our moderator, James Valentine. James has worked for the last 13 years as a champion for the patient voice. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into review of medical products. There, he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative, which became the externally led patient-focused drug development program that we're a part of today. James moderated all 4 of the National Kidney Foundation's previous EL-PFDD meetings on kidney disease and has moderated 34 of the 48 EL-PFDD meetings for other diseases that have been conducted so far. That's about 70%. So we are in the best of hands today, and it's a pleasure to now turn the meeting over to James.
Thank you, David. And it's such a pleasure to get to be a partner with National Kidney Foundation and work with your partners, NephCure, in planning this meeting today. And It's so great to move us into this core of the meeting and start to hear from patients and caregivers. So now that we've heard that clinical overview from a disease expert, and we're moving to the core of today's meeting, which is again to hear from you, individuals living with membranous nephropathy, as well as direct care partners and caregivers about the experiences of persons living with MN. We're excited to do that, and I'm going to explain what that looks like. But you've heard, to set the stage, that PFDD is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you also heard from FDA's Dr. Eliza Thompson, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of MN to inform drug development and review. Today marks, as you saw from David's comments, the 49th externally led patient-focused drug development meeting. And due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, today is actually the 16th fully virtual EL-PFDD meeting of its kind. So I have to say, with over 7,000 known rare conditions, this is such a unique and important opportunity for this rare disease community to be heard. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit more about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. First, we'll be in the morning exploring the patient and caregiver experience with living with membranous nephropathy and the impacts that this condition have on your daily lives. In our second session, which will be in the afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to explore the various approaches to treatment, including experiences in clinical trials. We'll also be asking about your preferences for future treatments. So how in those two discussions will we be working with you? What will that look like? Well, we'll be primarily using 3 methods for hearing from you. First, we're going to start off with panels of individuals with membranous nephropathy and their care partners. These individuals will be providing some of their journeys and experiences to set a good foundation for the discussion. These individuals have been selected to reflect a range of experiences with living with MN and treatments for MN. However, we know that it's impossible to fully describe the range of experiences, which is why it's then so important. And the second thing we'll be doing is moving into a facilitated audience discussion. We'll be welcoming and joining all of you who are tuned in today, patients and caregivers, to help build on what the panel has described. I'll be posing discussion questions and inviting you to comment. This can be done of one of 2 ways. We'll be asking for you to dial in by phone throughout the day. I'll be sharing that number as we go along, as well as by contributing written comments. You'll actually see, if you look below the live stream on the webpage today, there's a place for you to provide written comments. You can put those in at any time, and we'll be reading those throughout the program today. You'll also see that we'll have a Zoom panel of patients and caregivers also providing and contributing to the conversation. The third and final way that we'll be bringing your voices into the meeting today is through use of polling questions. We'll be asking that patients and caregivers only use your phone to respond. You'll be able to open a browser on your phone. If you're on a computer today, you could also open a new tab on your web browser on your computer. And in fact, you can actually go ahead and do this now. No harm in getting into the system, because we'll be getting to put some polling questions in just a minute. Once you're on the page, you'll be able to stay there throughout the day. So at this point, you can go ahead and pull out your phone. Again, open that tab, go to pollev.com/PFDD. Again, feel free to go there now. That's pollev.com/PFDD. And we'll get to polling very soon. These questions will allow us to get a sense of our audience and the different experiences that they bring to the table, as well as use those to broaden and bring in those topics into our live discussion. I want to mention that we're going to try to hear from as many voices today as possible. But if you leave the meeting and feel that there was something else you wanted to contribute, maybe you were thinking about the issues discussed today and something comes to mind, or maybe you're watching this meeting on demand, we will be collecting written comments on this same webpage for an additional 30 days after the meeting. And all of the input from today, live and written, will be summarized in a voice of the patient report. Dr. Thompson mentioned this. This is the summary report that will be provided to FDA as well as be made available to the public and researchers and drug developers. So one last thing before we get to our first set of polling questions are a few ground rules I'd like to go through. First, I want to encourage individuals living with MN, as well as their caregivers and care partners, to contribute to the dialogue through those polling questions, calling in by phone, submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to individuals with MN and their family members and other caregivers. On the other hand, our guests from the FDA, drug developers, and clinicians, we welcome you, and they are here to listen and learn from all of you who live with MN. The views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So it's important to mention this because respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, I ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments so that we can hear from as many voices as possible. So let's get to it. We're going to get warmed up with our demographic polling questions. So if at this point you can, again, go to pull out your phone, open that browser, go to pollev.com/PFDD. These are a set of demographic polling questions. So this is to give us a sense of who we have in the audience today. You'll be able to see that URL link should be displayed right now, but it will remain at the top of the page as we start to actually see the polling questions themselves. So in our first question for you today, again, polling questions are for our patients living with MN as well as their direct caregivers. We'd like to hear from you. Are you a person living with MN, or are you B, a caregiver, a spouse, a parent, maybe a child, a sibling of someone, living with MN? Go ahead, and we're going to give you a few moments. While this may be the simplest question that we're going to ask you today, give you a few moments to get into the polling system so that way we can make sure to know who we have represented today. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get into the system, answer this first question. We see some of the percentages shifting around, but as it stands, it looks like the vast majority of our participants today are individuals living with MN. For the minority of you that are caregivers, we want to hear from you as well. So when we get not only to these polling questions, but when we are asking for callers, when we get to the point where we're asking for written comments, please contribute as well. We know that often you have important insights and observations about what it is to live with MN. All right, so at this point we'll move to our second polling question. So here we want to know, where do you or your loved one live? And from this point on, we're going to be asking you to answer questions on behalf of the person that's living with MN. So for our caregivers, from this point on, like for example here, we want to know where your loved one with MN lives. That most likely is the same place as you, but valuable to know moving forward. Sometimes the questions will be more directed to the person living with MN. The options here are A, the U.S. East Coast, B, the U.S. Midwest, C, the U.S. West, D, the U.S. West Coast, E, Canada, F, Mexico and the Caribbean islands, or G, outside of North America, of course, including Europe, South America, and any other region outside of North America. So we're actually seeing some good representation from across the United States. Not only are we getting those on the East Coast, but we actually have representation across all of our U.S. regions. We don't yet have anyone on from Canada or Mexico, but we do have some representation from outside of North America. Today's meeting, we want to encourage anyone not only within the United States to call in and write in, but no matter where you live or your loved one lives, we want to hear voices from around the world. If we can move to our third polling question. So here we want to know, what is if you're a person living with MN or a caregiver, what is the age of your loved one who's living with MN? And the options here are A, younger than 18, B, 18 to 29, C, 30 to 39, D, 40 to 49, E, 50 to 59, F, 60 to 69, or G, age 70 or greater. This is the current age of the person that you're representing today living with MN. For most of you, that's yourself. For our caregivers, that's the person for whom you care for. We'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses. I see that we're getting responses still trickling in here. We're seeing some pretty good representation across age ranges, from the youngest age ranges through the oldest age ranges. It's looking like about half of our patients that are represented today are aged 50 to 59. We do not currently have anyone represented ages 40 to 49 or 60 to 69. However, although as the data trickles in, that can change at any second. All right, if we can move to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know, what is the person who has MN identify as, whether that's you or your loved one. Are they A, male, B, female, C, non-binary or non-gender conforming, or D, if you prefer not to say? I promise you, as we advance through the program, these questions will get both more interesting as well as more difficult. Here we're just really trying to understand who we have represented in the audience, before we embark on some of the more, the deeper conversations about what it is to live with MN. So as it stands, it looks like we see a greater proportion of our audience of those living with MN are female, about 2 to 1 to those who are male. And no one has reported that they or their loved one is non-binary or non-gender conforming or prefers not to say. All right, if we can move to our fifth polling question. Here we want to know, are you or is your loved one's race or ethnicity any of the following? A, Caucasian, B, African American, C, Native American, D, Latinx, E, Asian, or F, some other race or ethnicity not listed here on this slide. I'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses to this question on what is your or your loved one's race or ethnicity. So as it stands, the vast majority of our participants are living with MN are Caucasian. However, we do have representation from those who are Latinx or Asian. If we can move to our sixth polling question. Here we want to know, what is the length of time since your or your loved one's diagnosis of membranous nephropathy? So was the diagnosis A, less than 1 year ago, B, 1 to 2 years ago, C, 3 to 5 years ago, D, 6 to 10 years ago, E, more than 10 years ago, or F, if you're not quite sure how long ago it was that you or your loved one was diagnosed with membranous. And regardless of the length of time that you've been living with a diagnosis of MM, we know sometimes symptoms come before diagnosis, but we would love to hear during the audience discussion when we get to that point, how your experience with living with MN might have changed over time. Many of you here we're seeing about half have lived with MN for 3 to 5 years. About a quarter more than 10 years. Pretty staggering. 13%, a little over 10%, 6 to 10 years. And also some of you with a more recent diagnosis of 1 to 2 years. Whether it's been 1 or 2 years or more than 10 years, we would really like to hear how your kidney disease, how your symptoms and other health effects have changed over time, over these years that you've been living with MN. So thank you for answering this question. And we have one final demographic polling question for you. So here we want to get a little bit of a sense of where you are in your MN journey. So here we want to know, are you or your loved one A, not currently on dialysis and have never received a kidney transplant, B, currently on dialysis and have never received a kidney transplant, C, a kidney transplant recipient that's in remission, D, a kidney transplant recipient that has recurrent MN, or E, a kidney transplant recipient and is currently on dialysis, for example, from a failed transplant. So please select that response, which most closely reflects your experience in your kidney disease. All right, so it's looking like, at least at this point in our day, that our audience participants are in the camp of not currently being on dialysis and have never received a kidney transplant. That certainly does not mean that you've not experienced a lot in terms of your disease or in terms of the treatment approaches to your disease, which we'll be exploring. So we want to very much hear from all of you throughout today's program. So with that, I want to thank you for participating in these polling questions. You can keep that browser or that tab open. We'll be coming back to these polling questions throughout the day. Now we move into our first topic that I had previewed for you, where we really want to hear from you about what it is to live with MN. What are the symptoms and health effects that you experience, the impacts on your daily life. If we could display our discussion questions, these will be the topics we'll be exploring through this first panel. We want to know not only just what are all of the different symptoms that you experience, but which are the top ones that have the most significant impact on your life. We want to know, not only what those symptoms are, but how they impact your life. So of specific activities that are important to you, which ones can you not do either at all or as fully because of your MN? As I mentioned, we want to hear about your condition and its symptoms and how that's changed over time, both in terms of the symptoms and impacts on your life. Those changes, whether this might be a change from day to day, week to week, month to month, or of course over the course of years. And finally, knowing that you will be continuing to live with MN, we want to know what your worries are about living with MN for you or your loved one, thinking towards the future. So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to welcome our first panel of today. These are your peers in the MN community, Marge, Taylor, Alma, Dean, and Safa, who will be sharing their experiences of living with MN. So Marge, why don't you take it away?
Hi, my name is Marge. My membranous nephropathy story begins in Little Rock, Arkansas 3 years ago. I was preparing for the annual Arkansas Women Can Run 5K race, and I was eager to start training as I was gaining weight like crazy, and my feet and knees were so swollen I could hardly walk. I thought it was because I had been sick with the flu the past 6 months and not been exercising. During the first training session, I knew that something was extremely wrong. While walking a short distance, I became exhausted and was gasping for breath. I saw a PCP and then a nephrologist who ordered a kidney biopsy. The diagnosis was MN with a GF of 21, stage 4 CKD. I was in shock. I left her office very unsure of my future and very scared. I was prescribed 3 rituximab infusions. After 2 infusions, I was a little better, but was no longer able to function as the program manager for 5 surgeons and had to retire from my job and move to Houston to be near my son and daughter-in-law. It wasn't that I needed their help as much as I felt my life was slipping away, and I wanted to have family close by in case of emergency or to help me with the day-to-day chores such as grocery shopping, vacuuming, doctor appointments, and even preparing meals. My lack of concentration continued along with severe fatigue and dizziness. Once, after walking the dog, I lay down on a neighbor's lawn. I was so dizzy, exhausted, and couldn't make it home. It was not only a matter of resting or catching my breath until I felt better. I had to lay down. Driving my car would require a pullover and a nap. The heat in Houston affected me greatly. If I became overheated, I would pass out wherever I was, followed by throwing up and defecating. This happened numerous times when I was walking, grocery shopping, or riding my bike. An ambulance was called for me twice in Kroger's grocery because I fainted and fell to the floor. Those were certainly the most embarrassing times of my life. I was disappointed that I was no longer able to walk or hike, but the biggest disappointment in having MM was having to give up my passion for pet therapy work with children in Arkansas Children's Hospital. There's nothing that compares to watching a young cancer patient smile with joy when the dog enters their room for long cuddles and silly tricks that make the child and the family laugh during dire circumstances. I was now wearing a mask long before COVID, and I was immunocompromised. I could no longer work with kids or with developing other pet partner teams or testing new teams for licensing. The third rituximab infusion was scheduled for January 2019. The Retux was working, although slowly. I was feeling stronger. I wasn't as dizzy. I learned to recognize when I was about to pass out, so I could go grocery shopping now using the store's motorized handicap cart. I was hopeful that my third infusion would help me get back to being me, but I was unable to get the third Retux infusion. I was now retired and on Medicare, and Medicare would not cover Retux because it's off-label for MN. I have a medical scooter, so I can walk my dog on the days when I'm not feeling well. I'm still plagued by spasms and muscle cramps when I am dehydrated. I'm now able to recognize when I need to sit down. On my best days, I have more energy. I can dance, chase the grands, and swim, but I have to crash and sleep the day after. I'm now walking the dog a half mile twice a day. I live in a senior community now, and I'm enjoying the socialization with my new neighbors. On my worst days, I sleep all day and have no energy or stamina. My time with family is limited to just a few hours at a time. The grands know when Grammy must lay down. They see it on my face and bring me ice water and sit beside me and read and tell me stories until I recover. My meals are prepackaged and microwavable to preserve my energy, as I can't stand long enough to cook or clean up afterwards. My biggest fear in life is that the MN will come back and destroy the rest of my kidney function. How will I treat it if rituximab is not an option? Will I need dialysis? Will I need a kidney transplant? Will I be a burden instead of a helper to my family? I saw my new nephrologist this morning, and the lab work was well below my expectations. I'm now waiting for that dreaded message from my nephrologist that I have been so fearful might be coming, telling me my kidney function has declined and that the MN is returning. I am terrified.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I'm a 23-year-old registered nurse from Parkersburg, West Virginia. I live with my husband and 1-year-old Labradoodle. In September of 2017, I had just started nursing school. I was more than exhausted. For the first few weeks of the semester, I had pretty much doubled my school workload and was also working a part-time job, so I thought nothing of my newly onset fatigue. On my first day of clinicals, I noticed swelling in my lower extremities. I took a photo and sent it to my mom, who's also a registered nurse, and we both chalked the swelling up to having been on my feet for 12 hours on concrete flooring and not being used to that. I ordered some compression socks and went about my normal life. The next several days, I noticed swelling in my feet when I did almost anything other than lie on the couch or in my bed. I made an appointment with my primary care doctor, who ran some labs and referred me to a local nephrologist, who then ordered a kidney biopsy and confirmed my diagnosis of membranous nephropathy. I was 19 years old and scared about how this disease was going to affect me. I had just started a rigorous nursing program that required my full dedication and attention. My doctors were hopeful that since I was young, my disease would be easier to control. They were wrong. We started treatment. I went through every treatment for the disease, none of which worked. Finally, we resorted to cyclophosphamide and other medications such as diuretics and blood pressure medication to manage my symptoms. My symptoms through nursing school were severe. I felt worthless. I was constantly exhausted, having difficulty concentrating, and the swelling was so severe my skin was cracking and seeping fluid. My face would swell, and I worried if my patients would question my ability to care for them. It was obvious that I was sick myself. How could I possibly care for someone else? These symptoms made my daily life next to impossible, and every morning I looked forward to going to bed, even though I would wake up in wet sheets due to the weeping of my skin. I was in a tremendous amount of pain daily, mostly from feeling like my skin was going to burst open from swelling and the pressure that the swelling was putting on my joints. I was so fatigued and not getting good sleep due to my inability to feel comfortable. I had difficulty sitting still for long periods of time and concentrating, which was necessary since I was in college and sitting for 2 to 3 hour lectures. The majority of the time, I felt like I was in a fog and was going about my daily routine only because I had no other choice. At one point, I was taking up to 20 different medications per day. I felt tied down to my medication regimen. As an average college student, my life was severely affected by this disease. I was too exhausted to go out with friends in the evenings, too swollen to fit into any of my clothes, and felt it was impossible to eat out while also trying to stick to my low-sodium diet. There were many activities I could not do that I used to enjoy. I had previously taken these things for granted. I enjoyed walking in the fall when it wasn't too hot, but with membranous, I could not walk more than a few blocks without feeling completely wiped out, or I couldn't walk at all because I was too swollen that day and it hurt so badly to take a step. One of my favorite places on earth is Disney World. In July of 2018, my family and I took a trip to Disney World. By the end of the trip, I was miserable. Between the 16-hour drive, the Florida heat in mid-July, and my disease, I couldn't walk by the third day and was being pushed around the parks in a wheelchair. Many people were confused when they saw me in a wheelchair because those who had not seen me prior to the onset of my disease would often think I looked normal. Prior to my diagnosis, I had easily put on 30 pounds of weight. I thought this was the freshman 15, as many called it, only much more severe. I even had people reaching out to me about weight loss plans and fitness classes when they noticed my weight gain. Also very humiliating. Currently, my disease is in remission. I have been free of symptoms since October 2019. But just because I remain in remission does not mean I can live my life as anyone without the disease. I still take medications, weigh myself daily, and have periods of exhaustion. I think about how the disease has affected me and how it will affect me in the future. I live fearful about if or when my disease will relapse. I worry about my ability to have children in the future and if my children will have the disease too. I think about my loved ones who will have to care for me if I need dialysis or a transplant if I progress to the end stages of my disease and the financial burden that it could cause. Since this disease has no treatment or cure, these are the things I think about daily. Thank you for letting me share my story and for listening.
Hi, my name is Alma Sandoval, and I am the mother of 4 children. And my oldest daughter, Lauren, was diagnosed with membranous nephropathy in August of 2018. Lauren was 12 years old at the time. She was a healthy, thriving child who only suffered from seasonal allergies and ear infections. Lauren went to sleepover camp in June of 2018. During her 4th week at camp, the camp nurse called asking for permission to take her to urgent care. She mentioned that Lauren's eyes were swollen shut when she woke up that morning and mentioned how in the previous week, Lauren had begun to swell. Lauren was hospitalized and her dad and I were in shock. We spent 4 days at the St. Louis Children's Hospital getting her stabilized so she could return home to Texas. There were still so many unknowns and the possibility of a kidney biopsy was mentioned. My head was spinning. Looking back, I believe Lauren's symptoms started about 7 or 8 months prior to her hospitalization. I had noticed that she was gaining weight and her legs were getting larger. It was very gradual but still noticeable. At times, you could see deep clothing marks on her legs. I also noticed that she was tired more often, but I thought it was the weight gain. I also remember she had mild swelling around her eyes, but we attributed that to her allergies. When we left the hospital, Lauren was placed on a strict liquid intake and dietary restrictions. She would cry some days, saying that she was thirsty but had already had her limit of liquid for the day. We also had to do a daily log of her urine protein. She would get irritated when I reminded her about checking her morning urine. She had to learn to take pills, something she had never done before. She had frequent urine and blood tests, and on multiple occasions she would cry from the pain and frustration of being poked multiple times to get blood from her swollen arms. Lauren complained about having to book doctor appointments during school because she didn't want the attention or people asking her where she was going. After Lauren's kidney biopsy, she could not do physical education class for 3 weeks. She was frustrated because her friends and classmates asked her why she was not participating. Lauren did not want her friends to know anything about her diagnosis. Lauren is a very friendly and social person, but her medical condition was not something she wanted to share because she didn't want to be treated differently. Lauren also resisted scheduling 24-hour urine tests because they were awkward and disruptive to her schedule. When she had strict dietary restrictions and was invited to a friend's house for pizza and movie night, it made her feel uncomfortable that she couldn't eat. As a parent, the diagnosis brought on feelings of guilt. What did I miss? What could I have done differently? I immediately began searching online for information and support. Feeling helpless with absolutely no knowledge of this disease was frightening. Finally, NephCure connected me with parents whose kids had membranous nephropathy. Having this support and a chance to ask questions from parents experienced with MN was informative and encouraging. Currently, Lauren's condition is stable. While on her medication, her urine protein and kidney functions have been normal. We have discussed with her nephrologist about stopping the medication, and we're working through that process to see if she can come off the medication with no significant impact to her kidney function. Every day I wake up hoping today won't be the day that Lauren's condition takes a turn for the worse. I constantly look at her eyes, touch her legs and wrists for signs of swelling. I look for clothing marks that may mean she is swelling. I ask her to check her urine for foamy pee. She told me this morning, "Mom, my urine was foamy." I secretly start to freak out, but tell her we need to check your protein in the morning. Mornings like this make my mind start to wonder, how much damage is this disease causing her kidneys? What are some of the long-term side effects of this medication? And how will a change in her condition impact her future? As my sweet daughter will say, "Mom, we have to focus on today and hope everything will be okay." Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Dean, and I live in Bowling Springs, South Carolina with my wife and children. I was diagnosed with MN at the Naval Hospital in San Diego, California when I was 16 years old. I most likely exhibited symptoms of MN as early as 14 years of age, but didn't realize it. Some of those early symptoms were extreme pain in my back around my kidneys. This caused me to miss school many times. Other early symptoms were moderate swelling that extended from my lower calves to my ankles and a urinary tract infection that required a hospital stay. I also experienced times when I was bedridden due to back pain. I could not participate in physical sports and miss time with family and friends. Eventually, I was admitted to the hospital due to extreme swelling in my face and pitting in my legs. In the span of 24 hours, I had gained 24 pounds in water weight. I was put on a low sodium diet, spent a week in the hospital for further testing. That included a kidney biopsy that diagnosed my MN. Looking back at my medical charts recently, I was shocked as to how sick I actually was during those early years. My symptoms were consistent with my disease and included swelling, migraines, and periods of back pain. After high school graduation, I was in a period of denial as far as my condition goes and neglected care for a few years. At age 19, my blood pressure got out of control and the swelling in my legs returned. I would get flushed at times and my pulse would be very fast. My protein spillage had gone back up and I had gained some weight. While all these symptoms were not as severe as when I was first diagnosed, I decided to start seeing a nephrologist again because I was concerned about my kidneys and how they would impact my overall health. I had recently attempted to enlist in the U.S. Army, and even though I had a letter from my nephrologist endorsing the enlistment, the Army turned me down due to my kidney disease and high protein in my urine. In my 20s and 30s, I had hypertension-related migraine headaches. The headaches would be so severe that made it impossible to work or spend time with family. One of those times was me and my wife's wedding practice. I had to leave early due to a migraine headache, but I showed up for the wedding the next day, and now we've been married 29 years. The only relief I could really get from a migraine was us being in a dark room, had to be quiet, and plenty of Tylenol. My doctor eventually prescribed blood pressure medicine that brought my blood pressure under control. And then because of that, my migraines got under control. And my blood pressure was all related to my disease. Since my first diagnosis until 2019, I've gone in remission several times. And my doctor has attributed that to my strict adherence to his protocol recommendations, following his directions, basically. Some of the remissions were spontaneous and some were induced by treatments that I had received. During remission, my symptoms would go away and my life was pretty normal with no symptoms of NN. I would think for a brief moment I'd beaten the disease, but MN would creep back in. In my 30s, I developed a new symptom, gout, and it would show up in my big toes and my knees most of the time. The pain was so severe, it just felt like needles poking you. You didn't even want a sheep touching them. It's so painful. But eventually I was able to take some medicine that brought that under control. I had discussed dialysis and a kidney transplant with my doctor over the years, but that always just seemed so far away. I try not to dwell on what the future would hold and just take it one day at a time. But in February of 2020, right before the pandemic, my doctor and I and my wife and my family decided upon his recommendation to start dialysis. He said that the scarring had gotten so severe that it impacted my kidneys to the point to where they just couldn't filter properly anymore. I started peritoneal dialysis at home, and I'm still doing that therapy today. I still have symptoms of NN that will never go away. The swelling still persists today in my lower legs. Dialysis is a burden. It does not fully replace the function of your kidneys. I have to take phosphorus blocking medicines, and I have to have different types of shots to help regulate my iron. I have monthly lab visits and doctor's visits that I didn't have before. And I just think there should be a better alternative that would be effective treatment of this disease and help the symptoms, possibly leading to a cure. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Safa. I'm 18 and live in California with my parents and 4 siblings. I graduated high school this summer and I'm starting community college in the fall. I was diagnosed with nephrotic syndrome in February of 6th grade, then membranous nephropathy around May. At first, we didn't know something was wrong. I'd been noticing for a couple of weeks that my legs were hurting, but it didn't seem concerning. Growing up, I always had growth pains, and that's what we shrugged this off as. This went on for weeks until my dad noticed that my nose looked extra big. When he saw that my legs were also swollen, I went to see my doctor. My pediatrician referred me to a nephrologist. It took over a month to be seen. That month felt extremely long. We were beyond stressed, with my parents continuously researching nephrotic syndrome. Between the referral and starting treatment, I noticed more things that were different, that the edema caused my face and ankles to become puffy too. The first couple years with MN, I wasn't myself. My dad says I was the loudest, most outspoken, and happy kid in the family. But after my diagnosis, I withdrew from everyone. I became depressed, spending most of my time alone or crying and being comforted by my dad. At least once a week, because of depression, I wasn't able to get out of bed and miss school. I would sit with my dad as he just hugged me because nothing else made me feel better. I didn't know what was going to happen, how long I'd have MN, or what it'd mean in the future. I was just so scared of having to live with MN for the rest of my life. On most days that I did go to school, I didn't participate in PE because the edema in my legs and pain in my ankles made it too difficult. My close friends knew about my diagnosis, and while they were supportive, others would make hurtful comments, implying I was lying about my pain to get out of class. Because of my pain, my family had to cut down on our outings. We couldn't go out on hikes, visit downtown San Francisco, or tour lighthouses. Whenever I felt down, I wrote letters. Sitting in our home office, I filled pages with my fears, explaining why I felt the way I did. I wrote about how I was scared my kidneys would fail, that I would never be myself again, and that I would always be sad and angry. I would leave the letters for my dad to read so he could begin to understand what I was going through. I needed someone to understand because all these fears were eating away at me. I was angry at everyone for saying I'd get better because there just was no guarantee. I even began seeing a therapist to talk about my fears and the negative ways MN was affecting my life. Even years later, every time I felt depressed, I would pull out those letters and reread them. But a couple of years ago, I destroyed every single one because they brought back such bad memories, taking me back to a time in my life when I felt hopeless and alone. Because of MN, I couldn't do things I found joy in. Before my diagnosis, I always slept over at my cousin's house. We'd stay up all night watching Lord of the Rings and eating Doritos, then make pancakes for everyone in the morning. After my diagnosis, these sleepovers became scarce because as an 11-year-old, I wasn't able to dip my urine alone. My parents didn't trust me to take my meds on time, and I'd eat too much sodium, easily triple my allowed amount. And so I was usually always home where my parents could keep an eye on me. This chipped at the close relationship I had with my cousin, and we began to grow apart. My diagnosis impacted my entire family. Everyone kept an eye on the sodium entering our house and the food I ate. We stopped dining out because we couldn't calculate the sodium in dishes. I couldn't even eat store-bought naans since each had nearly 500 milligrams of sodium. My mom made everything she could from scratch, including naans, ketchup, and yogurt. At the mall one day, there was a seasoned fry stall, meaning they'd be delicious, but full of sodium. My family bought tubs, but I wasn't allowed to taste even one, and felt angry at being left out. This consciousness of sodium is so instilled in us that even now, when grabbing anything, even though my protein levels are much lower and I no longer need to watch my sodium, the first thing we do is check the sodium. One of the biggest changes from MN relates to Ramadan. Since 7 years old, I've looked forward to fasting each year. I was devastated when I was told it was out of the question with all my meds. Now, the years that I can fast, I worry about my labs and if my meds will need to be increased after. MN doesn't just dictate whether or not I can fast. It robs me of the joy of Ramadan. Even if I can fast, I can't pray Taraweeh at night because I can't stand on my feet for long. For an entire month, I feel separated from my family because instead of focusing on what Ramadan symbolizes, I'm preoccupied with concerns. Today, I have the same fears as 6 years ago. I'm scared of being on meds forever, of never being in full remission, and that my kidneys will fail to the point of needing dialysis. Every so often, these thoughts plague my mind, and I am fearful of what my life could become.
Wow. I want to thank you, Safa, and to all of our panelists for being brave and really kicking off this discussion of sharing your personal experiences of living with MN and what this has really looked like and meant for you in your lives. I know it's not, always easy to share this aspect of living with the condition, but so important for us to have heard it. And so thank you. Now is our first opportunity today to broaden the discussion and hear from all of you who are in our live audience, our individuals living with MN, their direct caregivers and care partners. If you'd like to contribute to this conversation about the symptoms and health effects of MN and the impacts they've been having in your lives, this is a good opportunity for you to call in. The number you can dial is 1-703-844-3231. Again, that is 1-703-844-3231. If you call, you can let us know the topic you want to talk about, and we'll get you in our queue so we can hear from you and welcome you into the conversation. But to get us started in thinking about this topic as a group, we're going to go back to a few polling questions to get us started off. So please pull out that phone, go to that browser, if you're on following along on your computer, if you had a tab opened up, go back to pollev.com/PFDD. This is for all of our patients and caregivers in the audience. It's okay if you were not able to participate in the earlier questions. We'd still love to have you participate in this set. So at this point, our first polling question for you is we'd like to know if you've experienced any of the following MN-related difficulties. And here we want you to select all that apply. So the options are A, muscle and joint aches and pains, including gout, B, bone and teeth problems, C, issues with eyes, D, high blood pressure, E, high blood sugar or diabetes, F, anxiety and or depression, G, brain fog. You might think of this as forgetfulness, poor concentration, losing track of time, H, being tired or exhausted, I, gastrointestinal problems, J, recurrent infections, K, swelling, including in the ankles or in the face, L, some other symptom or health effect related to your MN that's not displayed on this slide, or M, if you do not have any symptoms related to your MN. And again, select all that apply. One thing that I will say is for this question and any polling question where you're seeing where our respondents are able to select more than one option, as is the case here, you're seeing a percentage of responses. So this is not the percentage of people who have selected each response, but the percentage of total responses that have come in. So the best way to think about this is look at those bars. That's kind of a ranking. So that's just a way to look at the data as it comes in. So we'll give you a few more moments here to let us know what are all of the different MN-related difficulties you or your loved one has experienced. As it stands, it looks like the most common experiences of our audience today are swelling, followed closely by being tired or exhausted and having anxiety and or depression. We're also seeing large proportions of responses reflecting brain fog and high blood pressure, as well as muscle and joint aches and pains, including gout. Although what we're really seeing is across the board, there's a wide range of different difficulties related to MN that this audience, our audience today, has experienced, including some other symptoms that aren't reflected on this slide. So as you're thinking about each of these different difficulties, we'd like to hear from you and how have these things impacted your lives. I should note that no one has reported that they have no symptoms related to their MN. We go to our second polling question. So you'll notice that the response options here are the same. So I promised that these would get more difficult as the day went on. Now we want you to prioritize and think about which of up to 3 of the following symptoms or other aspects of your MN have most negatively impacted your life. So you can only select up to 3 responses. And the response options are the same. A, muscle and joint aches and pains. B, bone and teeth problems. C, issues with eyes. D, high blood pressure. E, high blood sugar or diabetes. F, anxiety and or depression. G, brain fog. H, being tired or exhausted. I, GI problems. J, recurrent infections. K, skin problems. L, swelling. M, some other symptom or health effect that's not listed here. Or N, again, if you don't have any symptoms.
So this polling question and the previous one emphasize the importance of attending to the psychosocial and the cognitive effects of kidney disease and here membranous nephropathy. It's very interesting. I think that this is very common across kidney disease and I think also across many chronic inflammatory states.
Absolutely. And it'll be so important to hear, the specifics around these. So for those psychosocial issues people may be experiencing, when did you experience that? Was there something or some series of events that you think led to those feelings? What underlying symptoms were you having at that time? Right. Such important for us to hear. Although I'll just report as it stands, it looks like our top of the top 3 symptoms that are reported as being most impacting daily life, we're seeing the tiredness and exhaustion being perhaps number 1, followed by, as we were just talking about, anxiety and or depression, as well as the swelling. So we want to hear about how these things have impacted your life. What I think is also stands out to me is that there's a wide range of things. We saw in the previous polling question, there's a lot of different symptoms that are experienced, but it's not like that meant that only a few were people's top 3 most bothersome symptoms. We're actually seeing a lot of these being in people's top 3 most bothersome impacts. So we want to hear from you in that diversity of what you picked and why it was picked in your top 3. So one final polling question before we go into our audience discussion is how much does your MN impact daily life in general? And so here, thinking about all of those things that we just showed on the previous slides, the other things that you identified, we want your general assessment. Does this impact you? A, not at all, B, minimally, C, moderately, or D, a significant amount in your daily life, again, in general? And what will be important is to hear the why you rated this the way that you did. So what we're seeing right now is that the about 3/4 of our audience is reporting that its MN has had a moderate impact on daily life, generally speaking. 20% have said it's been minimal. About a little over 10% have said it's been impacted a significant amount. And nobody is reporting that it is not impacting their life at all. So again, we're going to want to hear about that. And to start us off on hearing about that, I would like to welcome our Zoom panel. So these are some of your peers in the MN community who are going to be joining us throughout the session this morning, sharing some of their inputs, in addition to all of you who are calling in. Before we go to the Zoom panel here, remind you that you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. So as you were thinking through those polling questions, what were you thinking? Give us a call. But maybe to get us started on this topic, we can go to Alma. Alma, when you were looking at those polling questions, what aspects of living with MN stood out to you as being most bothersome?
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. My name is Alma, and I am in Texas, and my teenage daughter is the one who is the membranous nephropathy patient. As far as symptoms, for us, I would say minimal today because the things that we have to do is I have to, as a teenager, I have to remind her, take your medicine. As a teenager, she doesn't like to take her medicine. Um, but I think some of the other things that I put, like anxiety and problems with her eyes, for me as a caregiver and as a parent, it sits in the back of my mind constantly.
Hmm.
When are things going to develop? Will this, is the shoe going to drop? Is she going to get worse, her condition? And what does that mean?
Sure. And do you have those worries because those particular symptoms have been getting worse already? Or, when you're talking about waiting for the shoe to drop, maybe can you put that in a little bit more perspective for us?
Well, I think initially, because she's only been diagnosed for a few years now, it was all symptoms at once. And progressively, they've gotten milder and milder. And now she doesn't have much as far as symptoms. We see a little bit of swelling every now and then. And so it's just what will happen in her body that might cause this to kind of full-blown symptoms.
Right. And is there a particular, I know you were saying it was kind of everything was was almost being experienced at first, and over time that's they've maybe become more mild. Maybe some of them have resolved, but you just were kind of expressing that you're worried that they'll come back. Is there a specific one that when it was present was most had the greatest impact in daily life? Can you give me an example maybe of what that looked like for your daughter?
The swelling was definitely the one. Again, when she started, she was in camp for a whole month prior. So those symptoms she was developing, and we were not, her parent, we weren't there. So it's that fear of, what do I have to look for? What am I looking for to see that she's getting, she's swelling? Is it going to go down? Do we need to call the nephrologist?
Right.
What steps do we need to take?
Sure. Thank you so much, Alma. I want to bring Eric into the conversation. Eric, as you were, thinking about those, same very long list of impacts of MN, which stood out to you as being, one that has impacted you most in your daily life?
Hey, this is Eric. I'm in Alabama. So one that comes to mind was actually one that one of the presenters mentioned, which was gout. That's something that I've been diagnosed for about 20 years now, and it started up a few years after I was diagnosed for the first time. And it just knocks you out. You can't do it, even with medications. You can't do literally anything for 3 or 4 days at a time because you're just completely immobile.
Sure. So Eric, can you maybe tell us, when did you first experience gout? And was it since the first day you had it? Has it been pretty much, as bad as you just described, or did it build up to that?
So the first gout attack was probably a good 10 years after I was diagnosed. I was actually graduating from college, and I had a gout attack walking across the stage, or not walking across the stage, but I had to have crutches and all of that going across the stage. And then more recently, just in the last couple of years, I actually had a bout of shingles and gout at the same time, and it was quite miserable.
Wow.
So,
and maybe just to put this this terrible experience of having to deal with gout into perspective, how often do you have this type of gout attack or flare up? Is this something that's like weekly, monthly, every few months? What does this look like for you?
For a long time, it was just once per year on average. About 3 or 4 years, probably about 2 or 3 years ago, I would say, there was actually probably a 3-month period where I did have that shingles infection as well, that it became much more frequent, like maybe once every month. And I started taking some medication and did some diet adjustment. And that's helped a lot for sure.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much, Eric. I see we actually have a caller who wants to share some of her experiences of symptoms related to her MN. We have Amy from Collinsville, Illinois. Want to welcome Amy to the show. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Welcome. Would love to hear what you were calling in to share about.
Well, I discovered my MN after my second pregnancy. I had the proteinuria and no swelling, so they just chalked it up to preeclampsia. I gave birth, and the swelling initially went away, and it came back. So the swelling for me was the number one issue before I was diagnosed, and then it eventually went up into my face, and that's when I knew something more was going on.
And Amy, was that over a period of days, or when did it kind of advance to not just being in your feet, but to your face?
Well, I didn't discover I had MN until 2 months after I delivered. So between that time period, the swelling from the pregnancy and all the medication from that died down. And then I would say, another month, it went back up into my feet. And then, just gradually, overnight it went up into my face and around my eyes.
Right. And is this something that, is still, bothering you? Is this still something you're living with on a daily basis?
I reached remission pretty quickly, about 6 months after, and I've been in remission. But the treatment that I was on, they decided to do, the advanced treatment because I was so young, and the amount of protein and the amount of swelling I had, they didn't want to risk the time waiting for the less aggressive treatment. That really caused a lot of, mental and physical drain on me in such a short amount of time. I think the main thing that, I'm glad that I'm in remission, but I think, quality of life is something that you have to think about too. And I wish that there were other treatments available that weren't as severe as far as side effects to those medications.
Yeah, when you say it's really taken it out of you just mean it makes you feel fatigued, maybe makes you feel drained of energy, or is it something different than that?
So some of the side effects I was on just throughout this period of time, cyclophosphamide first with the prednisone, and then tacrolimus after, because I had a side effects to the cyclophosphamide that I had to get off of it. But I lost my hair, the moon face, the swelling from the prednisone, temperament, like I had anger issues because of the prednisone, sweating just, any time of day, things like that, where I had to seek psychological help because it started to have an effect on my family, and I just had a baby. So, it was supposed to be one of those times where it's happy and you're supposed to, be connecting with your family and your newborn. And it was just kind of me just trying to keep up and keep going for my family.
Yeah. Well, Amy, thank you so much for calling in and sharing this. I think we'll be spending some more time this afternoon going into details of side effects, but so important to know, your journey, and of course, symptoms and treatments go hand in hand. So I want to really thank you. I want to encourage others to call in just as Amy did to share their stories. Again, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. But I see that I also had some individuals writing in with comments on this topic. So I want to check in with David. What are you seeing from the web?
Yeah, right. So Eileen from Norwood, Pennsylvania writes, while symptomatic, every day was a struggle to get through. There was extreme fatigue, nausea, itching that was relentless, and just a foggy feeling. So there we have that cognitive aspect again. Charles from Greenville, North Carolina writes, I experience intermittent aches and pains which come and go without warning, including severe muscle cramps.
Sure.
And Barbara from Merritt Island, Florida writes, with COVID, my life is stressful and anxiety-ridden. So again, that sort of triad of psychosocial, cognitive, and physical aspects.
Absolutely. I want to thank those of you who have been writing in. Continue to do so that as well. We have that comment box under the live stream on the webpage today, so you can continue to send those in. We'll be sharing those throughout the program as well. I now want to kind of broaden the discussion. We're still on the topic of symptoms and health effects that are impacting you in your daily life. We want to maybe understand what are some of those activities that have been impacted. So to help us begin to explore this topic, we have another polling question for you. So you can go ahead and pull out those phones, go to that tab in your browser. We want to hear from you and get you thinking about what are the impacts in daily life. So here that question is, which of the following statements is true for you as related to living with MN? And again, this is one where you can select all of the different impacts that apply to you or your loved one living with MN. The options are A, your general daily function is limited. B, you miss work or school more than you're comfortable with. C, family stress is common in your life. D, others don't know what it's like to live with MN. E, you cannot participate in sports or other physical activities that you enjoy. F, you cannot participate in other types of hobbies that you enjoy. G, you feel socially isolated. Or H, none of the above statements are true for you as it relates to your living with MN. So again, we're seeing percentages of responses, not percentages of people selecting each response, since our respondents can select more than one option. So one thing we're seeing here, I know results are coming in, and I want to encourage you to keep submitting those, but want to point out that right now it looks like one of the top statements that's true here is that others don't know what it's like to live with MN. So I want to invite you to call in, write in, letting us know, what that actually looks like in your life. How has that impacted your life? What does that really mean specifically for you? But what we're also seeing is that a wide range of these impacts, from work and school to family stress, social isolation, and limited hobbies, whether that's physical or otherwise, have been impacted for many of you. And so we want to hear what those specifically are for you. So to help us understand some of these impacts on activities in life, we're going to come back to our Zoom panel here. Seferiana, I want to maybe start with you as you're looking at that list. And relating that back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of symptoms, what have been the biggest impacts in your daily life?
Hi, thank you for having me today. I'm Seferiana up in Seattle. Good morning. I chose the others don't know what it's like to live with MN. And actually I was very impacted by that first question.
Yes.
Because my most kind of common effects now are around mental health, anxiety, depression, because I was diagnosed back in 2016 and my worst physical symptoms came on, like the swelling came on very quickly. I gained about 30 pounds that eventually came off. I believe it was a lot of water weight. But those physical impacts were really felt in the beginning. And I've never gone into remission, but since my physical symptoms have kind of subsided, I really can feel the impacts of just the uncertainty and then not really being able to share what it means. And I've also had a lot of brain fog and kind of it's hard to concentrate and things like that. And so just the fact that others don't know, and how do you explain when it's not visible, as others have spoken about through the videos, that you can't really see it. And so how do you talk about it?
Right. And so, when has this transition happened for you where it kind of went from visible symptoms like the swelling to it more being now this invisible disease that's hard to, bring up or explain to others?
Yeah, I would say probably in the last couple of years, I've been on sort of a minimal treatment over the last couple of years. And at first I was running like half marathons. I was very physically active. And then all of a sudden I wasn't able to do that. The other option I chose was that I couldn't participate in activities that I was really into before. And so I could gradually kind of increase my physical activity. And so there's just sort of the feeling of not being able to share that I, feel anxious about the future, and that I kind of keep it to myself.
And has that feeling you have to keep it to yourself impacted any particular relationships in your life, any family relationships, friendships, or other social contacts?
I would say that it just means I kind of keeping it to myself, it just means that I'm not fully being honest with my loved ones. And really, I was actually texting my partner saying, I feel seen here. I feel like there is more to talking about this illness and just how it's impacting our daily mental health. That's so important.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to bring Daniel into the conversation here. Same question as you're thinking about the range of impacts in your daily life. What stands out to you as an area that maybe has been most affected by MN?
Hey, David James, thanks for having me. Daniel Holmes from, I'm in Palm Bay, Florida in Brevard County. I moved to Florida 3 years ago because of wanting to be by the beach and do those outdoor activities from up north, right?
Yes.
Now that I've been diagnosed a little over a year and a half with MN, it's hard. It's hard to find the energy to get up, to get out to the beach, to manage the swelling, the sun. I've been on a regimen of cyclosporin, which says you can't really be in the sun very long. That kind of stuff really affects your daily activities and what you want to do. I work in the outdoor environment. So it really impacts what I can do at work. Some of my biggest symptoms are the retention of water, right? The water retention, staying hydrated outside when it's 95 degrees out with 100% humidity, having to pound water, but yet limit the amount of water you can drink because the amount of water you store is this vicious cycle of water pills and trying to stay hydrated while the water pills are dehydrating you at the same time. It's difficult. It is just that difficult. And like Eric brought up, I just found out I have gout 3 days ago. So I'm dealing with the pain of that severe flare up that I've never experienced before a day in my life. And it's not fun. So last Sunday before going out to the beach, I ended up having to go to the urgent care so I can get some kind of treatment for the gout. But,
Yeah. I mean, there's a range of things, it sounds like, that are impacting your ability to work kind of on your feet outside. Is how often does this affect, are you having to take sick days, or, I don't know if in your career, there's, maybe, a light duty option that maybe you've been able to do for, some days when the symptoms are worse. Can you maybe give us a little bit of color around, how this really has impacted, your work?
Yeah, for sure. So I've been on FMLA because of this disease. They pull from all of your vacation time first. So I basically don't get any vacation. They pull from that. Wow. My physical constraints of the job, I get so fatigued. On doctor's orders, I have to leave work by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, where they would like me to stay till about 6 o'clock. So every day I'm charged 3 hours of vacation just to leave work early, so I can have the energy to carry on everything else that I have to do, which is hard to explain to the people that you work with, because they look at you and you look fine and you sound fine and oh, you're just trying to leave work early type of thing. And they just don't get it. They don't understand, they don't understand the water pills that you have to take just to get to work, and the 10 pounds you gained last night while you drank all that water yesterday. Like, they just don't get any of that. So it is a significant impact on your daily work life, and trying to find a balance. I can only imagine if I was trying to find a job right now, how I would even explain that to a new employer, as a condition of employment that I need to be able to leave work at a certain amount of time because my energy level expires.
Right. Wow. Well, Daniel, thank you so much for sharing that. You know, it's really profound impacts on your ability to work, such a vital part, of course, of life. I do see that we have some written comments that have been coming in. Before we go to David, I'll remind you that if you want to call in and share your input with us live today, you can do so at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. But now let's go to David. David, what are you seeing in terms of impacts on life?
James, I'm going to have to punt back to you for just a minute.
Oh, okay. We'll come back and I hear some of those statements that I do see trickling in, so I want to make sure that you know we are seeing your comments, but we'll be right back to you with that. Maybe let's bring in Kim. We haven't heard from you yet on this topic of impacts on daily life, the symptoms that are most bothersome. What has stood out to you as part of this discussion, and what your personal experiences have been?
Well, good morning. I'm Kim, and I live in Northeast Ohio. I was diagnosed a couple of years ago with this, and I can echo several things in here, anywhere from what I was diagnosed after. It was my blood pressure. I had just finished a half marathon, and it just went sky high out of nowhere. Perfectly healthy up to that point in my life. I can relate with Daniel and being so exhausted by a certain point in the day that if my coworkers knew I was sitting there thinking about sleep, and that was literally all I could think about was how can I just want to go home and go to sleep. And I can even recall times where I've been so exhausted making myself get through that workday that I can hardly remember walking through the door to lay down to go to sleep and just being gone. You know, you hit that certain point. So fatigue definitely is one of my major things, and it does impact my life. Anything from canceling out with friends because I literally don't have it left in me to do things.
And how predictable is this? You know, obviously what you just said really struck me, that you know you're making plans, you're hopeful that you'll be able to. You know, is that because you know some days are better than others, and are you able to predict when you're going to have a good day versus a bad day?
No. Honestly, for me personally, it's like a roller coaster, including like everything that goes with this disease, from the symptoms to the amount of protein I spill. And I think that contributes to the anxiety and the feelings that you struggle with internally, because I can go and have really good labs today, and I can go next month and they'll be just like all over the place. There's no predictability, and that's very hard. So you can't make plans. Well, you know, I'm going to have a good day today, or you just don't know. Sometimes it comes out of nowhere. And with my family, you know, I've come and getting people, and they do look at you. You look normal. You look fine. There's nothing wrong, you know? Well, no. So with my family, I've tried to explain it to them. Every day I'm tired, but it's days of today I feel like I've been hit by a car, or I've been hit by a bus. And when it's really bad, it's a freight train day. I need to sleep.
And just to kind of really, you know, help us understand this, how often are those freight train days, as you put it? Is that, you know, once a week, you know, more or less?
It depends. It depends on where I'm at. Sure. With the spill. You know, at least twice a month, the freight train days come. Most days, I would say, are at least car days. You're dragging.
Right.
And, you know, especially by the end of the day, I can't think. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon comes, I can't think. It's over.
Yeah. Sure. Well, thank you so much, Kim, for you know, helping us understand that. And, you know, I just really appreciate your input and comments. I want to check back in with David, see if we are able to share those, the written comments we've been seeing coming in.
Yes, thanks, James. So Charles from Greenville, North Carolina writes, before I got sick, I biked 10 miles a day, kayaked, as well as doing a bit of running and a lot of yoga. Now most of that is not possible. Holding down my job is hard given my fatigue levels, and my anxiety levels have been rather high. Jamie from Sanford, Maine writes, MN causes me to swell so greatly that I cannot walk. I also cannot write, cook, play with my child, or do anything that requires dexterity. I have a 4-year-old child, and because of my MN, I'm only able to fully take care of her 2 or 3 days per week. And Nina from Richmond, Texas writes, we look fine, but we hurt mentally and physically. Secluded socially because of COVID and drugs that I take, very lonely. Very, very devastating effects.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can see the range of things that you're wading through there, David. It's a lot, but we want to really encourage people to keep sending in those comments. It really helps us understand. I see we have a caller who wants to share maybe something a little different than what we've heard so far in terms of symptoms. We have Andrea from California who wants to share some of her experience, some of her thoughts. So Andrea, are you with us?
Hi, yeah, this is Andrea.
Andrea, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the platform to speak to this.
Sure, go ahead.
So I just wanted to touch base on the nausea that I experienced. I don't think that's been mentioned yet, so I wanted to make note that, when I was first getting diagnosed, I guess the level of toxicity in my blood was high enough that it was causing me to feel nauseous a lot. So that was a symptom that wasn't highlighted previously. Just thought I'd make note of that. Something else that I wanted to touch base on and how it's impacting my daily life is the heat exposure that people have mentioned. I find myself struggling to do things that a 25-year-old would have done in normal circumstances, like going to outdoor concerts, going on these hikes that were, out in Hawaii. Couldn't go on hikes with friends because it was going to be too hot for me and I wouldn't be able to keep up with everybody, things like that. So that's been something that was limiting for me. And then in regards to daily impacts, taking time off of work to seek treatment for IV therapy and having to take time off. And it was never a couple hours. It was a day. And then I had to come in late because I get labs done in the mornings or, it was accommodating for doctor appointments, lab draws, treatment sessions. It's just very taxing on your day-to-day time constraints and the work-life balance there. It's really hard to work through with a 9-to-5 job.
No, absolutely. So I want to unpack some of these things that you've shared because it's so valuable to have the opportunity to hear your experience. Maybe we can start with the nausea. Was this something that was kind of a feeling that you'd have, chronically throughout the day? Is this sharp kind of nausea, maybe at kind of spells? Maybe can you give us a little bit of more of a color of what this nausea kind of looked like for you?
Yeah, so it would just come and go. It was just really sporadic, but it was constant throughout the day. So it wasn't any time of day that it happened more than others. It was just constantly I would just be oh, gotta stop, gotta take a breather because I'm feeling a little sick right now. So it was just constant nausea.
Wow. And, even though it was kind of, pretty persistent when it was there, how did it look in terms of week to week, month to month? Was it pretty persistent over longer periods of time, or would you have periods of time maybe with no nausea?
It was pretty consistent for the first couple months that I was diagnosed, and then once I started treatment, it was hard to tell if it was the actual disease that made me nauseous or the drugs that made me nauseous. So I was pretty much nauseous for a full year.
Wow. Okay, no, that's really important to know, and thank you for sharing that. Then on the heat exposure, you talked about lots of different things that you enjoy and are maybe important to you, outdoor concerts, hiking. You mentioned that if it got too hot, I'm just kind of curious, what is there, a certain temperature or heat index that when you see it in the morning, you're like, nope, there's no way I can go out and enjoy the outdoors that day? What does that look like?
Definitely, I feel like, once it gets past 85, maybe 90, it's an indoor day for me. Sure. Just being out in the heat will drain me much quicker than I think the average person. And, I also get nauseous with the heat exposure too, and just really need to take it easy.
I see. Well, thank you, Andrea, so much for calling in and sharing. I think it's so important to hear the range of different impacts. And so want to commend you and thank you for that. In our final time, as we're on this topic of what it is to live with MN, I want to, again, broaden it one more time to not only focus on the things that you have already experienced, but also what are your worries and fears for the future about these symptoms maybe that you've already had, maybe something that you haven't experienced yet, and not only just the direct symptoms, but also your worries and concerns about your kidney disease kind of overall. Maybe if I come to our Zoom panel, is there anyone on our Zoom panel, quick show of hands, that might want to weigh in on worries or concerns for the future? Any takers? Yes, Daniel.
I have a 14-year-old son who's now involved in high school sports. And my biggest thing, I help coach the football team at his high school. And it's difficult to be able to muster the energy to continue that. As much as I try, as much as I will fight to keep that stuff continued. There's always that worry of like, at what point, maybe one day I won't be able to do this. Will I have to coach from a wheelchair? Will I have to use a walker in order to get there? There's always that in the back of my head. I fight pretty hard to try and maintain my own personal health. This is something that we're all fighting against,
Right. And those are pretty near-term worries. Daniel, are you worried also that your kidney disease will progress in that time period and cause that? Or is this just even within kind of the realm of where you are with your kidney disease, you're worried that the symptoms will get worse?
It will. I mean, things are looking up for me personally. My kidney disease seems to be getting a little better. I've reduced the amount of medication that I'm required to take. But it's a roller coaster. Yeah, I'm a year and a half into this thing. There's no end at sight until there's a cure, right? So it's just a matter of getting on the roller coaster and attacking the hurdles that present themselves. I try not to live my life in fear daily. Right. And I just try and attack what comes my way. You wake up one morning, you got gout. Who would have known? You just gotta just tackle that hurdle first and get to the next one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Daniel. Alma, I saw you shaking your head there at points. Want to check in with you. Do you share some of the same worries? Is there anything different that you're thinking?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my daughter's 15 today, and she has a whole life ahead of her. And what is that going to look like? Will she be able to go to college? Will she be able to have kids? Will her condition progress that she has to go into dialysis? Does she have to have, a transplant? And at what stage in her life could that happen, and how that will affect just her quality of life in general?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And as a mother, I worry, that the constant worrying about what if and trying to, balance all of that is very tough.
Yeah. And has she ever expressed any of her own, in her own words, any worries to you?
She does. She really tries to be optimistic. And again, as a child, she doesn't understand, what the future could look like. Mm-hmm. As much as I've tried to explain, in terms that won't scare her, right? Mm-hmm. I don't, teenagers think they're invincible, mm-hmm. and that nothing will, nothing that happens will affect them. But that's not the reality. And I, as a parent, know that. Right. And trying to, get that message across to her, it is tough.
Sure. And Eric, I'll give you the final word on the Zoom panel. Your thoughts about the future, any specific concerns or worries that you have?
I mean, I think I probably share a lot of the same concerns that all of us do about the progression of the disease and stuff like that. I think something that's been kind of drilled into my head, probably a lot of our heads last year, is just how out of control all of this is. We can take our medicine, we can take the treatments, and then a pandemic happens.
Right.
And, as some people have talked about the isolation we have to, because I have to take extra precautions that, a lot of folks that I know don't. Maybe they should, but they don't necessarily. Maybe it's just not as important to them because I've been on immunosuppressive therapy, so it brings all kinds of risks. And so, I think that's something I've never been concerned about. But assuming we get out of this COVID thing at some point,
right.
In the back of my mind, it's like, well, what if I'm around somewhere that a new one is born, and it's just one more thing to add to the future worries, I guess.
Yeah, no, and that's I'm glad that you raised that because I think it's probably been in the back of everybody's minds, but we haven't said it yet. Just with the additional complexity of navigating COVID and the extra burden that puts on all of you. So I do see that we've had written comments coming in on this topic as well. So as the final word on this overarching topic on what it is to live with MN, I'm going to check in with David to share those comments.
Right, so with worries for the future, Mark from Massachusetts writes, I feel a stress of potential relapse. Eric writes, I'm worried I won't recognize the symptoms before the MN gets out of hand. And Betty writes, hearing the words membranous nephropathy was devastating and frightening.
Yeah. So a lot of fears, it seems, that have been echoed by all of you. So I want to thank all of you so much, our Zoom panel, our callers, all of you that have written in, and of course our panelists from earlier, for sharing what it is to live with MN, impacts on your life, and worries for the future. At this point in the agenda, we're going to take a bit of a lunch break, although I'll encourage you, it's 30 minutes. If you need longer, that's okay. We're going to be coming back to a presentation. So. But we'll be, after that presentation, inviting all of you back to be sharing your experiences with current approaches to treatments. So we'll look forward to continuing the discussion in the afternoon. So for now, we're going to take a 30-minute break. We will resume at 12:35 Eastern Time. So look forward to seeing you then. Good afternoon and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on membranous nephropathy. Again, my name is James Valentine. I'm here with David Feldman, your co-host for this program. We had a wonderful discussion this morning and where we heard about what it is to live with MN. And now we're in this afternoon going to be building on that discussion to learn about the different treatment approaches that you all have tried, as well as your preferences for future treatments. To get us, though, started on this topic and to give us some background on how we even get to treatments for MN, we have a presentation talking about the challenges and opportunities in designing clinical trials to help study drugs that will ultimately treat this condition. So to do that, please welcome me in joining Dr. Larry Beck, who is a nephrologist at the Boston Medical Center and Associate Professor of Nephrology at the Boston University School of Medicine. Dr. Beck, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for that introduction. Again, I'm Larry Beck from Boston University, and I'm going to be talking about challenges in clinical trial design in membranous nephropathy. So why should we discuss clinical trials and the challenges for membranous nephropathy? Well, randomized trials represent the best path forward for finding new treatments in membranous, but the planning, the conduct, the analysis of these trials all takes a long time. We want to make sure that we and the industry sponsors get it right from the outset, and your participation in this and your discussion will help inform a better clinical trial going forward. We want to make sure the outcome measures provide a clear answer to the question being asked. And the trials need to be designed to maximize acceptance, both from you, the potential participants, but also from referring healthcare providers who want to enter you into the trial. So when I think about the ideal clinical trial, you'd want to have a large number of participants that are both diverse, but also representative of who gets this disease. You want to make sure they have the same disease, and ideally that all patients are in the active phase of disease. And you can consider two potential designs. One, you could have your new and improved treatment being compared to the standard of care, or you could have a new treatment that maybe has a new mechanism of action in membranous nephropathy that is added on to the standard of care and then is compared to standard of care plus a placebo or sugar pill. And in terms of the outcomes, you want to have well-defined, easily measurable outcomes. You want those responses or outcomes to occur within a reasonable amount of time. And the trial needs to provide a clear answer if this new therapy is indeed better. So why is this such a difficult task in membranous nephropathy? So what are the challenges? When you think of the phases, you think of the enrollment and the screening for the participants, you think of the conduct of the trial itself, and you think of the conclusions. Is all this effort and time that's put into this, is this going to give an answer that tells us is this treatment something that we should be using or shouldn't be using, and for all patients with membranous or maybe just a few? Another problem is that these trials and the designs take place over years. And in that time period, we may have new understandings of the disease. There are ongoing trials that may come to an end and have new treatment recommendations, and the general patterns of treatment may be changing. So in terms of enrollment, so we know that membranous nephropathy is an ultra-rare disease. So finding enough participants with active disease can be challenging, especially when multiple clinical trials are going on at the same time. And as I mentioned, that healthcare providers need to be convinced that seeing if their patient would be interested in a trial would be worth it before they refer any patients. And the patients themselves, the participants, need to weigh having a pretty good treatment that already exists against a hope for either a more effective or a quicker or a safer therapy. So another problem is that there's more than one type of membranous nephropathy. There's primary, also known as idiopathic, which is the autoimmune disease that targets only the kidney, versus secondary forms that may be secondary to cancers or certain medication use or infections. There's the type that occurs in adults, which is most of membranous nephropathy, but there's also pediatric forms. There's the target antigen that can be used to define types of membranous. So PLA2R is the major target antigen in the kidney that gets attacked by the immune system, but there are also non-PLA2R types of disease. And of those, there may be some that we know what the antigen, the target protein is, and there may be others that we still haven't discovered what the target is. Another problem is that clinical outcomes in membranous nephropathy take a long time to develop and may be further removed from the actual treatment duration. So to recap what Dr. Jefferson had talked to you about earlier, antibodies are normally protective, but in autoimmune disease, they can attack proteins in the kidney. So antibodies from the bloodstream attack a kidney protein, forming deposits that cause injury to the glomerular filtration barrier, the kidney filters. And the injury and proteinuria that occur from these deposits, and I showed them down in these circles down here, these are the immune deposits in the kidney, the injury persists even after the antibodies disappear from the bloodstream. So this is how I think about membranous nephropathy occurring over the course of time. The gray shading represents the antibodies in the bloodstream, in this case, antibodies against PLA2R. And with either immunosuppressive treatment, or about 30% of patients may go into a spontaneous remission, the antibodies can come down and disappear and decline. The immune deposits that are causing injury to the podocyte, making the filter of the kidney, those will go away in time. But there's also a time period where the antibodies are coming down, but there's still deposits forming, there's still ongoing injury. And this may be a new type of mechanism that a company could address in terms of treating the disease. But eventually the protein will come down, the protein filter will go back to normal, and disease will be over. Many of the inclusion criteria, the criteria that the trials use to figure out who's going to come in, are based on the diagnosis, so the kidney biopsy showing membranous nephropathy, and the amount of protein, typically nephrotic range proteinuria over 4 grams a day. A nice study from China, looking at almost 600 patients with membranous nephropathy with PLA2R antibodies in the blood, has shown that 75% of them have active disease at the time of biopsy. And these are the patients that would be expected to respond to immunosuppression. However, there was another 25% that were already showing signs of remission. They didn't have antibodies in the blood, they did have the antigen in the kidney, and these are the patients that may not need immunosuppression. Other possible outcomes, we talked about the loss of antibodies, the blood albumin protein can come up. Most trials these days look at for partial remissions or the complete disappearance, a complete remission of proteinuria. We could ask, longer term outcomes, avoidance of dialysis or the need for a transplant, stability of kidney function, patient symptoms like fatigue, swelling, side effects. What we know though is that the most concrete answers, avoidance of dialysis, these come years out, 5-10 years later. Trials don't have that time. But unfortunately, the earlier predictors aren't always well-established surrogates for the endpoint. So we're sort of at an impasse about what we use as the clinical trial outcome. Another issue and challenge for clinical trial design is that our standard of care, how we treat patients with membranous, is evolving. So the first glomerulonephritis guidelines that came out in 2012 recommended the time-tested treatment of alternating months of cyclophosphamide and corticosteroids as first line for membranous nephropathy. Then there were some observational trials, some small randomized trial that showed that cyclosporin or tacrolimus were another alternative first-line agent. And then recent trials and other observational data have shown that therapies that attack B cells, the antibody-producing cells, are actually superior to cyclosporin and are now being the first-line recommended treatment in the upcoming 2021 guidelines. But we also know that many of you may have been treated with other agents and other treatment approaches exist. So how is a trial supposed to keep up with the standard of care that keeps changing? So knowing all this, how do we move forward with clinical trials? We want to make sure that participants get at the least the standard of care. We want to design the enrollment strategy to enrich patients who are immunologically active, especially those patients who have received a prior treatment months or years ago. We want to include all types of patients, especially anti-PLA2R seronegative, but we do want to make sure that those patients aren't already in remission. So we need to look at the biopsy to make sure they don't have PLA2R in the biopsy tissue. New treatments, especially those that address new mechanisms, such as complement inhibitors, should be added on top of standard therapy, not necessarily compared to standard therapy. And importantly, we need to educate referring providers, nephrologists, primary care doctors, and potential participants about the benefits of enrolling in clinical trials. So with this, I will end the formal presentation. Thank you for your attention. But I have been asked to introduce a topic which you will be talking about in the upcoming audience discussion, and it has to do with the clinical outcome response to a treatment in a trial. So partial remission is defined typically as a drop from a baseline proteinuria at the start of the trial, greater than 50% drop to a level less than 3.5. This is a partial remission. 3.5 grams of protein is chosen because anything above that is considered nephrotic range. Anything below it is subnephrotic. Now, many patients, if they achieve a partial remission, will already have a decrease in leg edema, will have increases in the blood protein albumin. We know from studies that achievement of any remission and how long you're in a remission is correlated with a better kidney prognosis years later. One thing to consider is that a partial remission has a number of outcomes after that. Some patients will go on to a complete remission. That's the expected outcome. You can't get a complete remission without first going into a partial remission. Some patients will be left with some degree of proteinuria, so they'll always be in a partial remission. And then the more concerning thing is some patients may relapse, have an increase in their proteinuria after treatment is stopped. So if we think about a trial that might use partial remission as an endpoint, you can think of this simple study below, enrolling 120 patients with membranous nephropathy, equally randomizing them to treatment A, let's say rituximab, and treatment B, some novel treatment. And the treatment goes on for 12 months. And you ask how many patients achieve this primary outcome of partial remission. And in the first group, 50%, 30 of 60. And in treatment B, the new treatment, 75%. This should be a 60, so 45 of 60 patients achieve the response. And that may be a good partial remission. This is something you can discuss in the upcoming discussion. But I think any trial that looks at partial remission as a primary outcome needs to have an observation phase to say how many of those patients went on in each group to achieve a complete remission, how many stayed in partial, and how many relapsed, because those are also important outcomes to know after the end of the trial. So with this, I will leave you, and again, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Beck, for that presentation, both giving us a kind of current state of affairs of the challenges, but also opportunities in designing clinical trials to measure, to evaluate treatments for membranous nephropathy, as well as for highlighting at the end there that possible clinical outcome of partial remission, which as you'll see later in the discussion, we'd like to get your views of whether you would be interested in taking a drug that has only demonstrated an impact on partial remission, knowing that maybe further follow-up will confirm whether that translates to complete remission or maybe even relapse. But before we get there, there's going to be a number of questions that we're going to be working through together to discuss current challenges to treating membranous nephropathy. And so if we can pull up our discussion questions for the afternoon, these are what we'll be exploring together and asking you all as people living with MN and their direct caregivers to help answer. So first, we're going to get an assessment from you of what you're currently doing, as well as things that maybe you've tried in the past to help treat your MN and its symptoms. When we talk about treatments, we're not limiting this to only medicines, although of course we do want to hear about the different medications that you're using, as well as medical procedures, but also other types of treatment approaches. So you might be trying more holistic medical approaches. We heard a little bit this morning about the diet, but of course diet, exercise, maybe even lifestyle modifications that you've had to make. Really, when we use the shorthand of treatments, we're talking about anything that you do or use to try to make living with your MN a little easier. So we want to hear about what are those things that you've done and that you've tried. We want your assessment of how well they help manage the most significant symptoms. All of those things that we learned about in the morning session. How well do these different treatments actually help with those things? In addition to hearing about the treatment kind of effectiveness, we also want to know, knowing that most or no drug comes without some side effects, what are the significant downsides of your current treatments? Whether that's a side effect of the drug, the burden of actually undergoing treatment, or something else that you might view as a downside. Knowing that in a rare disease like MN, and as Dr. Beck mentioned, many of you will consider or maybe have considered clinical trials as a possible option for you. And so we also want to know what factors would be most important to you if you were considering participation in a clinical trial for MN. Maybe some of you who have been in trials already can talk about your decision making and your choice to raise your hand to join and participate. Even if you haven't, we want to hear maybe why you've chosen not to participate, even if it's letting us know that for you the current treatment options, you're still working through those and trying those. And finally, we're going to end our afternoon session looking towards the future and thinking about all of these treatment options that you currently have. We want to know what your preferences are still for future treatments. So the way that we'll ask this and want you to think about this is, assuming there's no complete cure for your MN, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for your condition? And so to help us start this discussion, like in the morning, we're going to start with a panel of individuals living with MN who will be sharing their perspectives. We have Mark, Eric, Seferiana, Nina, and Eric who will be sharing their experiences. Mark, why don't you take it away?
Hello, my name is Mark Parisi. I'm 63 years old and live in Newburyport, Massachusetts with my wife Laura, and we are both retirees. We're physically fit and socially active. I was diagnosed with MN at age 43. I was experiencing fatigue, swelling in my ankles, blurred vision, and muscle spasms for many months. A kidney biopsy confirmed that I had irreversible damage to my kidneys and had advanced MN. I realized how serious my diagnosis was when my doctor suggested that I attend a pre-dialysis class at a local clinic the following week. My MN treatment started immediately. I was instructed to stop the use of over-the-counter anti-inflammatories such as Advil, Aleve, and Motrin, as they could cause further damage to my kidneys. Blood pressure and cholesterol medications were prescribed to help control the progression of the disease. My nephrologist explained there were no drugs developed specifically for MN and that my treatment would consist of trying off-label drugs developed for other diseases such as cancers and organ transplant rejection. He said if one does not work, you typically move to the next. He confirmed that MN studies have shown that these off-label drugs can help control the disease but not cure it. I felt confused and stressed, especially when I tried to explain my extremely limited choices to friends and family. For the next 12 years, I was prescribed and endured the existing standard of treatment for my MN. The treatments were prescribed for an 8 to 12 month period with blood work monitored every other week. I remember being overwhelmed with fear and anxiety after researching each drug and their side effect profile. We started with Cytoxan, then tacrolimus, and then cyclosporine. These were supplemented with prednisone and an antibiotic that would help my depleted immune system fight seasonal infection. During the 12 years of treatments, I suffered debilitating side effects such as severe headache, nausea, vomiting, extreme high blood pressure, muscle cramps, joint pain, episodes of painful gout, and excessive weight gain. My overall mental and physical health had deteriorated to a point where my life had been so negatively affected that I could not travel, socialize with friends, or collaborate in person with work colleagues for fear of being exposed to common illnesses. In 2013, my local nephrologist referred me to a Boston hospital for an MN consult. I was sent to a renal dietitian for the first time since my MN diagnosis, and another nephrologist from Boston who enrolled me in his MN research study in which patients were treated with 4 rituximab infusions. The study also included the development of a diagnostic test to detect PLAR2 levels in patients' blood samples that provide a direct correlation to the overall level of disease activity in an MN patient. In coordination with my scheduled rituximab treatments, I incorporated the lifestyle changes that the renal dietitian recommended. I controlled my overall protein intake to 70 grams per day, controlled my salt and sugar intake, cut down on the consumption of dairy products, controlled portion sizes, minimized the use of alcohol, eliminated soft drinks and fruit juices, and increased my hydration level with water. Some substitutions included regular milk to coconut or almond milk, white bread to whole wheat bread, white pasta to wheat pasta, regular salt products to low salt products, and low fiber to high fiber products. After 4 to 6 months of these dietary changes, my energy levels increased, I lost weight, the swelling in my ankles disappeared, and my muscle and joint pain subsided. The rituximab infusions were easy to schedule and access through my local hospital. I had minimal side effects from the rituximab. There were temporary fatigue and minor headaches that subsided 2 to 3 days after the infusions. 3 months after my first series of rituximab infusion, my PLA2R, urine protein, and creatinine were down significantly. At 6 months, my lab tests were close to the normal range, and at 12 months, my lab results stabilized and my PLA2R was undetectable. After enduring 13 years of treatment using the existing standard of care for MN, my MN was officially declared in remission after only 12 months of the rituximab infusions. In 2018, after 5 years in remission, my lab test in PLA2R started to increase. After monitoring them for an additional 3 months, it was confirmed that my MN was reemerging. It was recommended that I have a maintenance infusion of rituximab, 2 infusions per the study, to help control my relapse. Within 3 to 4 months of completing the prescribed maintenance infusions, my lab test results improved and my PLA2R test was in the undetectable range again. I am happy to confirm that today my MN is still in remission. I am hopeful that my experience will help industry leaders recognize the overwhelming need and opportunity for the development of new drug therapies for the increasing population of MN patients.
Hello, my name is Eric. I'm a 52-year-old attorney, songwriter, husband, and father living in central New Jersey. In the spring of 2019, I noticed with my annual physical that my cholesterol had shot up. My internist put me on a statin, which I did not consider to be a big deal. I figured that this was a changing metabolism with middle age. Several months later, I was constantly bragging to my wife about how my new workout regimen was building up bulk in my calves, which were previously scrawny. I went for repeat blood work to see if the statin was working, and I found that it was working, but that I had alarmingly low protein levels in my blood and alarmingly high protein levels in my urine. A couple of blood tests later, and a biopsy confirmed that I had membranous nephropathy. I started taking a diuretic to deal with the swelling. That was not much of a big deal. Just had to get up a couple times a night to go to the bathroom, had to cut down on coffee. As for the disease itself, I started the conventional approach of taking high amounts of high blood pressure medication and a blood thinner. I noticed that the combination, or maybe just the high blood pressure medication, made me dizzy. As a performer musically, I would normally stand up, and I found that after a couple of songs, I would need to have a seat because I would get very lightheaded. And my harmonica playing, which I used to incorporate into live performance, was no longer possible, which actually is a good thing because I'm an atrocious harmonica player. But the conventional approach wasn't working and my numbers were getting worse. So a few months after we commenced the conventional approach, my nephrologist recommended Rituxan, otherwise known as rituximab. It's not approved for the treatment of MN. It is approved for several types of cancer and rheumatoid arthritis. For this reason, my doctor and I had to fight mightily with my insurance company to get approval for it. A lot of calls and letters and delays of my initial infusion ensued as a result of that. I finally got my first infusion on March 13th, 2020, a date that a lot of us remember because it was the first day of the great COVID shutdown across most of our nation. Second infusion was 6 weeks later, and unfortunately, the blood levels after those two infusions suggested that it might not be the drug for me. My 24-hour urine output went from 8 grams to 5 grams, which is an improvement, but 5 grams is still unacceptably high. So we were a little worried we might have to go in a different direction. But a few months later, I had my third and fourth infusions. And a few months after that, I am happy to say that it brought my levels down to the point where I am now considered to be fully in remission. I continue to maintain by taking 40 milligrams daily of candesartan, high blood pressure medication. I do my best to minimize sodium in my diet, staying away from cheeses and cured meats. My MN-related symptoms have pretty much been held at bay. I have occasional lightheadedness from the blood pressure meds and decreased endurance when I'm speaking for prolonged periods of time. This is a byproduct of lower blood pressure. In what is perhaps a good sign for my kidneys, but a blow to my ego, my calves are now back to their pre-MN level of scrawniness. In terms of future treatment, I have a demanding job. I have 2 hormonal teenagers at home. I generally do not have a lot of time to worry about what's going to happen if I relapse. If and when I do relapse, I would like to know that Rituxan is still a viable option, a safe option, and an effective option. I read up on the Ponticelli method, which before Rituxan was the gold standard, consisting of prednisone and cyclophosphamide for 6 months. I know that that carries some attendant risks that are not there with Rituxan. I've read about other modes of treatment. The common reality appears to be a lack of robust longitudinal data to support both efficacy and safety, which certainly I would like to see. Any future treatment ideally would be oral medication instead of an infusion. I'd like to avoid life-changing side effects like incontinence, impotence, etc. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak to you and to help my fellow MN patients and the medical community addressing this disease. Thank you very much.
My name is Sefriana. I'm 35 years old and live in Seattle, Washington. I own and run a political consulting firm where my work is dynamic and fast-paced. I was diagnosed with membranous nephropathy in February 2016 at the age of 30. I remember waking up one morning to swelling in my ankles that I had never experienced before. This heaviness subsided throughout that first day, only to return after a long day's work. I began a pattern of sleeping off this mystery swelling until it stopped going away on its own. I soon saw my doctor and she ran a gamut of tests due to the high level of protein I was losing in my urine. She ordered a kidney biopsy and I was diagnosed with primary membranous nephropathy and stage 1 chronic kidney disease. I was spilling 13 grams of protein in 24 hours. My treatment started right away with furosemide to ease the water retention, lisinopril, and prednisone. Soon after beginning lisinopril, I came down with a persistent cough and face swelling that sent me to the emergency room. My doctor immediately ordered me off the lisinopril and switched me to losartan. On the prescribed 75 milligrams per day, I experienced tingling in my arms and hands, so my dose was limited to 50 milligrams. The prednisone caused me to be hungry all the time and never full. I was moody at work, and my colleagues noticed that I was always on edge. At the time, I worked for the city council, and I found myself impatient and short with constituents calling in for help. Within 6 months of my diagnosis, I had gained 30 pounds. I carried weight all over my body, and I didn't know if the weight was caused by the water retention from the disease or the prednisone treatment. In the fall of 2016, I began cyclosporin, which caused a severe reaction of face swelling, wheezing, and fever. I went to the emergency room because the swelling in my face came on so suddenly. My doctor considered this a reaction to the dose of cyclosporin. My doses were lowered and the acute side effects subsided. The cyclosporin diminished my immune system and I was sick multiple times through the course of treatment. I caught every cold and bug that went around. This medication also caused my skin to bruise at the slightest contact. While on cyclosporin, I had a test for the PLA2R antibody, which came back positive. After seeing no real improvement from cyclosporin in my protein loss, my nephrologist ordered off-label rituximab treatments. I began one round of 4 infusions over the course of 1 month, each lasting about 4 or 5 hours. The infusions left me physically exhausted, and I would have to take a full day off work to accommodate the treatments. The treatment itself was physically uncomfortable and anxiety-producing. Having an IV inserted each time and not knowing if my body would have an allergic reaction. Once, I made the mistake of looking at the infusion site and promptly fainted. 3 months after the rituximab treatment, my PLA2R level came down and my swelling went down significantly. Even though the treatment reduced many of the visible signs of my disease, I still have symptoms that were not reduced by treatment. My proteinuria is still high, and a recent kidney biopsy showed permanent scarring and the slight presence of the PLA2R antibody in the kidney. For the last 2 years, my treatment has consisted of 50 milligrams of losartan per day, Lipitor to lower my heightened cholesterol brought on by my MN, baby aspirin to lower the possibility of blood clots, calcium supplements, and 10,000 IUs of vitamin D. I haven't seen drastic improvements with this treatment, but I'm no longer spilling upwards of 10 milligrams of protein as I was a couple of years ago. My nephrologist has called mine a tricky case, and at times I have felt like I'm at a dead end with no viable treatment or remission in sight. It is frustrating to feel like I've plateaued, and the lack of a viable option has made it impossible to plan for my life. My nephrologist has recommended Cytoxan as the next best treatment option, but among the side effects of this drug is early menopause, which would make it impossible for me to have children. I have declined this line of treatment twice to be told that with my condition, I could have a risky pregnancy if I don't get my disease under control. So where do I go from here? After consulting my case with fellow nephrologists, my doctor has proposed another round of rituximab, which would prolong getting pregnant by a year from the end of treatment. I would be 37 then. At this very moment, I'm weighing my options. I could do nothing, wait and see if my proteinuria continues to lower on losartan, or move forward and prolong starting a family. As a 35-year-old woman, I feel like there's no viable treatment for me that does not risk my fertility. I hope that a treatment can be found that centers on women's health, that acknowledges this disease can impact anyone at any age, and that this disease deserves a cure.
Howdy, my name is Nina and I live in Richmond, Texas, close to Houston, with my husband of 31 years. I have 2 grown boys who live close to us. I had to resign from my dream job a few years ago as a preschool teacher because of my MN and the immunosuppressive drugs that I was on. I didn't want to leave, but I had no energy to be the motor skills teacher every day. The principal thought it wouldn't be fair to the children if I had to keep taking time off. She made a very strong suggestion that I stay at home and take care of myself. I never did return. Since 2017, I take cyclosporin and prednisone and supplements twice a day. The nephrologist adjusts the dosages based on lab results and how I am feeling. Usually within a year, this can occur 4 to 6 times, which includes increasing or decreasing the cyclosporin based on cyclosporin levels in my blood and protein spilling in my urine. Valsartan has to be adjusted at least twice a year because my blood vessels will burst in my eyes if my blood pressure gets too high. This feels like someone took a knife and stabbed me in the eyeball. Not very pretty for people to look at. My body is so tense and nervous the week before labs. Will the doctor have to increase the dosages and will my body respond with worsening side effects? Will I have muscle spasms where the feeling of 2 hands inside my legs twisting in opposite directions have me limping around the house in pain? Will I have increased night sweats where I wake up literally drenched from head to toe, my pajamas and sheets soaked as well? Will the nerves in my fingers again be sensitive to hot water in the shower, or I have to take a cold shower because my fingers tingle so much I can't hold on to the soap or wash my own hair? Or if he decreases my meds, will the disease rev up again? Never a day that goes by that MN is not on my mind. I have to give myself a shot of Repatha in the leg every other week for high cholesterol caused by either MN or possibly the cyclosporine. The Alexa chiming to remind me to take the shot makes me nervous, and I get mad that because of MN, I have to do this. This shot is painful. It feels like a wasp sting as I push the button to administer the drug into my leg. It brings tears to my eyes every time. I also have to take Prolia shots every 6 months in my stomach because of the osteoporosis caused by the long-term use of prednisone. All the weightlifting I do has not helped prevent bone loss, and that frustrates me tremendously. Prednisone also causes easy bruising, cuts, bleeding, scarring, and contributes to the lengthy healing time of those cuts and bruises. I work very hard to keep my body in shape, and I'm proud of my legs, but because of the prednisone, if I bump up against something or seriously cut myself, the scarring is so bad and embarrassing. It makes me sad when I look at the scars and I remember that this is my reality. After 4 years of taking prednisone and cyclosporine every day, my numbers for protein creatinine ratio are in remission levels. My nephrologist wants me to stay on this protocol for another 9 months, but I brought to his attention that yes, this combo has helped my MN, but it's causing permanent damage to my bones. I am nervous because I tried getting off prednisone and cyclosporine in 2019 after 2 years of being on them, but that only lasted 5 months when I noticed I was very tired, edema in my legs, silly putty I call it, trembling, and of course bubbles in my urine. When we ran the blood work, and of course my protein creatinine ratio had gone up significantly and I had a relapse. So back on both drugs immediately. I can remember the feeling of victory weaning off these drugs in 2019, and I can remember the defeat I felt to jump right back into the protocol. Why can't this disease just stay away? I don't want to be this disease. I've never taken this disease lying down. I've tried the paleo and plant paradox diet, no alcohol, no protein, and none of these have seemed to help me. Working out helps keep me sane. I have been taking CBD oil, which has helped decrease the muscle cramps, tingly fingers, and night sweats from happening 3 to 4 times a week to maybe 1 or 2 times a month. I'm very thankful for that. I just wish there was a treatment that would put those of us with MN in long-term remission quickly and not cause other diseases or serious side effects. Also, it's very important to have a treatment that has been tested specifically in MN patients and was successful in its treatment, affordable, and one that can be done at home. To be able to get out of bed, have energy, and be present in life is not something that I take for granted. And yes, this combo of drugs has helped me to do this, but at a big price. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Eric. I live in Jasper, Alabama with my wife and 4 cats. I'm a data scientist working with healthcare claims data. I was diagnosed with membranous nephropathy when I was around 16 years old, and I'm about to be 35, so I'm approaching my 20th anniversary. When I first began treatment, I started with 250 milligrams of cyclosporin every 12 hours, along with warfarin, a blood thinner, atenolol, and at least 1 other blood pressure medication to bring MN under control. The first month was terrible starting these medications. I had bouts of stomach pain and nausea very frequently that I never had before. I remember driving to school one morning and having to pull over because I felt like I was going to throw up or pass out. It was very scary. I also lost a lot of weight the first month because of the nausea. The blood pressure medications also caused numerous side effects. I passed out in Walmart one day and had to be taken to the ER. My nephrologist attributed it to a blood pressure drop, and even today, I still become lightheaded from the blood pressure medicine if I happen to bend over and stand up too quickly. All of the issues I mentioned previously were worth it, though, as within a year or so, my disease was under control, but not quite what we would call remission. Perhaps interestingly, my first few nephrologists never attempted prednisone with cyclosporin, which is a commonly used treatment protocol for MN. The rationale was that due to being overweight, the prednisone could cause further weight gain. When I was around 20 years old, we tried rituximab for about a week or two. I did not have many side effects that I could point to from this medication, other than to say I was given high doses of Benadryl to try to ward off any allergic reaction. The Benadryl made me very tired, and unfortunately, we didn't achieve full remission, but we were able to reduce my cyclosporin from 250 milligrams every 12 hours to 150. I began a serious diet around 2011 and lost nearly 100 pounds over a year or two by eating lots of vegetables and calorie counting. After losing about 60 pounds, my labs showed signs of remission. I didn't have insurance at the time, so we couldn't consider doing a biopsy. My nephrologist speculated that there was a small chance that MN could have gone away and the proteinuria might have been weight related. I was weaned off cyclosporin, but unfortunately I relapsed about 2 months later. Losartan controlled my blood pressure, but with my lowered weight and the increased vegetable intake, the losartan caused my potassium to spike. And as a result, I had to follow a low potassium diet, which was extremely difficult to follow because most of the foods I ate to help with weight loss were high in potassium. And I eventually began gaining weight once I started substituting more unhealthy foods. Between 2017 and 2019, my treatment remained the same besides the short remission, though with low levels of proteinuria and blood creatinine levels that fluctuated from normal to high. The doses of losartan and the 2 or so additional blood pressure medications needed adjustment when my blood pressure fluctuated too much. At its worst, the blood pressure reached 150/90 in the office and lower at home. Edema, typically in my legs, never fully went away. The cyclosporin also typically caused nausea within an hour of taking the dose, even when I took it with food. Gout has been a recurring issue for me throughout my disease. When I received my undergraduate degree, I walked across the stage on crutches because of a gout flare. In 2019, because of the recurring gout, I was prescribed a daily dose of 10 milligrams of prednisone and 100 milligrams of allopurinol. Prednisone caused some sleep issues, so I started taking it early in the morning, which helped. I also noticed I was more hungry than normal. Soon after starting prednisone, I began moving towards remission. The PLA2R tests and related labs were within normal limits, so I was weaned off the prednisone and then the cyclosporin. That was almost a year ago, and this is the longest I've ever been in remission. Besides allopurinol, I currently take losartan, chlorthalidone, and diltiazem to control my blood pressure, which has been in a good range for a while. Finally, the mental health effects of my MN are the single most important aspect of my disease experience, especially when I was young. But they were never treated. Being diagnosed with such a serious and rare illness at a young age forced me to confront my mortality before my brain was ready. My mental health suffered enormously. I was 15, and when my friends were worried about what they were getting for Christmas, I was trying to figure out how we could afford medications or whether or not I was on my way to kidney failure and ultimately death. The disease definitely put a dark cloud over my teenage years and beyond. I take Lexapro now to help manage my anxiety, and it changed my life. I really wish the patient's mental health played a larger role in treatment because it's just as important as treating the physical symptoms of membranous nephropathy. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you, Eric, and our entire panel, number 2, on sharing your treatment journeys and so much more than that embedded in sharing those experiences. Exactly what we needed to hear, and we'll be now expanding on that, and this is our second opportunity to bring in all of you in our live audience, individuals living with MN, direct caregivers and care partners for that, to get us all thinking about these different treatment approaches, which is of course this topic that we're continuing to discuss. We're going to go to a pair of polling questions to start us off. So this is your chance to open that phone, or to open up your phone and go to that browser that you've had, or go to that tab in your web browser on your computer. If you just joined us, if you're a patient or a caregiver, we invite you to answer all of these polling questions throughout the session at pollev.com/PFDD. Our first question for you this afternoon is we want to get a sense of the different medications that you use or have used for your MN. And here we want you to select all that apply. So here the options are A, an ACE, an ARB, a beta blocker, or diuretic, sometimes referred to as a water pill, or some other drug for your blood pressure. B, allopurinol for gout or high uric acid. C, a statin or some other drug that you're taking for cholesterol. Veltassa or some other drug that you're taking for high potassium. Sevelamer or some other drug that you're taking for high phosphate. Antidepressant or anti-anxiety drugs. G, drugs affecting immune system, such as anti-inflammatories or immunosuppressants. H, some other medication, including non-prescription medications that you're taking for your MN or have taken. And I, if you have not taken a medication for your MN, select I. So these, as a reminder, we're seeing percentages displayed. These are percentages of responses. Like in the morning, when a polling question allows for more than one option to be selected, it's not the percentage of people that are being shown, but the percentage of total responses. So think of these as rankings when we see the bars here on the slide. So I want to welcome you all into selecting all those different medications that you or your loved one either currently use or have used to help treat your MN and its symptoms. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in this question. We want to make sure everyone is in the polling system for the afternoon session. As it stands, it looks like blood pressure medications are the most prevalent medication being used in our audience today, followed by drugs for cholesterol, and after that, anti-inflammatories and immunosuppressants. We do have also see fairly high rates of antidepressant and anti-anxiety drug use, as well as others, things that are not listed on this slide. So we certainly want to hear from you, hear what it is you've tried, whether you're using it now or you've used it in the past. We're also seeing for B, some people reporting that they're on medications for their gout or high uric acid. No one is reporting that they're on drugs for high potassium or high phosphate, and no one is reporting that they are not taking any medication at this time. So if we move to our next polling question. So thinking about the treatments that you're using, we want to know how well have your treatments reduced the most significant symptoms of your disease? The options are A, very well, B, moderately well, C, somewhat, D, not at all, or E, you do not currently take any treatments for your MN. So please think about this. Pick the response option that best reflects how well your current treatments are reducing the most significant symptoms of your disease. Give you a few more moments here. So as it stands, it looks like the majority of our audience is reporting, about 2/3 reporting that their current treatments are helping moderately well manage their symptoms. And then we're seeing after that more of a minority either reporting that it's helping very well or only somewhat. No one has reported that their treatments do not help at all. And we do have a few people who are not currently taking any treatment. So when you're thinking about this, whatever made you select the response option that you selected, we want to know why you picked that. When it's helping moderately well, what does that mean in your mind? And so we want you to reflect on that. And to that point, I want to invite you to call in and help share your impressions and treatment experiences. So as with this morning, you can call in. That phone number for you is 1-703-844-3231. Again, dial in at 1-703-844-3231. We'll get you in the queue. Just let us know the topic you'd like to share, and we will invite you to share that live, and we'll have a little bit of a discussion. But to expand now, I want to welcome our Zoom panel. who's joined us today, some of your peers in the MN community who are going to also be sharing their experiences with treatments on this panel. So if I could start with Katrina, as you were thinking about those treatment approaches, maybe let's start with what has worked the best, or maybe something that has helped at all. Thinking through your list of not only just medical treatments, which was more of the focus of that one polling question. It could be any treatment approach, even medical procedures. It could be more holistic or alternative approaches. It could be diet, exercise, even lifestyle modifications. Kind of everything's on the table, so to speak. So, Katrina, would love to hear from you.
Well, mine was all of the above. I haven't been on too many medications, mainly high blood pressure. We've been monitoring the progression of the disease. I have tried with weight management, diet management, holistic approaches. My weight would go up and down. I'd always gain back a little bit more than I lost. Recently, in May, we took a fairly drastic step.
Okay.
I just had a gastric sleeve done.
Okay.
And I have found that the weight is definitely coming off. I have had to really increase my protein intake, but the swelling and edema is dramatically reduced, as in almost gone. So right now, along with exercise and diet, I would say that was one of the more beneficial things that I've done. We just had full workup done, and we're noticing some of the values I'm gaining there. Do another workup in 8 months, and we're hoping to possibly go into a partial remission. But that's the goal right now. I'm not sure what else other than diet and exercise at this stage. I did kind of go kind of extreme from the start, but I didn't see where anything was working or reversing. And the potential side effects of the medications that were being used were scary enough that it was worth it to me.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, Katrina, I'd like to ask you a little bit. You've talked about the weight really coming off. I want to get a sense of what that has meant for you. I don't know if you're able to, maybe share an example of when you had the weight on, how that impacted your life, and maybe how that compares to now, even where you're at, at this kind of moment in time.
Okay. I'm still fairly early on in that journey. As I said, my surgery was beginning of May, so I am fairly early on. I have lost 53 pounds. And I have gone from it being a battle to get up in the morning. I have to get up 4 or 5 times a night. That's actually down to about 3 right now, which is, a big bonus. I'm actually getting some sleep these days rather than getting up and down. And I can move. I can walk. I can walk my dog rather than just avoiding that. I've actually been asked to slow down rather than the reverse happening. Historically, it's me tailing and dragging along. And it's not that I'm running or racing. It's just I'm enjoying moving. And that is really, talk about a goal and a win. That is a win for me, is that I'm able to move. I'm able to live my life. I'm able to play with the grandkids rather than just watching them. It's been a great 3 months. I'm looking forward to the rest and hopefully going into remission. If I don't, then we'll be taking a look at medications and leaving all my options open there.
Yeah, this is incredibly helpful. So thank you so much, Katrina, for sharing that, kind of positive treatment experience that you're currently in the middle of experiencing. So wonderful to hear that. Why don't we come over to Taylor on this same topic of, thinking through all of the treatments that you've tried or are currently, employing, what seems to have been the most successful?
Hey, everybody.
I am Taylor. I'm from Parkersburg, West Virginia. I'm a registered nurse, and I've had membranous since I was 19. I'm almost 24. As far as treatments go, we tried just about everything to avoid cyclophosphamide because I'm so young and we didn't know necessarily how that was going to affect me in the future. So we tried rituximab, the immunosuppressants, just diuretics and symptom management, blood pressure medication. I did resort to cyclophosphamide, which essentially did put me into remission. But the side effects with that was absolutely terrible. With the nausea, I lost a bunch of my hair. Just not being able to do what a normal 20-year-old should be able to do. I couldn't fit in my clothes because I was so swollen. I was in nursing school at the time as well. So keeping up with, 12-hour clinicals and going home and studying was very difficult. I required a lot of sleep. So.
Yeah, no, and, so that's, a lot to have to manage. And, certainly, you said it very quickly, but, it really hit me, dealing with this while, studying to be a nurse. That's a lot to manage. And looking back at all of that, did anything provide you, kind of relief from some of, you mentioned, the swelling, even if it didn't help a lot, even if something sometimes helps a little, it's good to know about that too.
Yeah, I feel like almost everything that helped me sort of hurt me in a way as well. Like I would take the Lasix, which helped tremendously with, I had gained 35 pounds and I lost it very quickly with the Lasix. But I was constantly going to the bathroom, I had to take breaks, and I just feel like everything that I tried to help me also hurt me in a way. So. Right.
Well, thank you, Taylor, for sharing that. It's, I think that's a theme that we've already heard quite a bit, but we really want to hear these personal experiences of, oftentimes things help, but they hurt, as you said. And so appreciate you sharing that. I see that we have a phone caller. We have Mary from New York who wants to share some of her treatment experiences. So we'd like to bring her into the conversation. So I'd like to welcome Mary. Are you with us?
Hi there. Yes. How are you?
Hi, welcome. We'd love to hear some of your treatment experiences and have a dialogue about that.
Great. Thank you. I started with prednisone, and as I'm sure you're all familiar, it's a very intense drug. It allows you to get very little sleep. You're up late into the night, then the sleep is not quality when you do sleep. It's like having 20 cups of coffee on 100 milligrams per day. So naturally, if you're trying to hold down a job, and I was working on Wall Street at the time when I was diagnosed, it's virtually impossible because you're not sleeping. So how do you function without sleep? So it's from a treatment standpoint, the steroids was extremely difficult. Obviously, not to mention the weight gain, and when you're on them long term, my cholesterol shot up. There were things that were going wrong. Obviously, there could be bone density issues if you're not on top of taking calcium and vitamin D, and even still, it could still affect long term. So it really wasn't a long term solution. Although I did cycle on and off of them. I tried cyclosporin as well. And I'm sorry, also on the prednisone, not to mention the what it does to your memory and your cognition and your moods. It's just a very difficult drug to function on.
And Mary, when you
but then
just because that's very important for us to hear those experiences you've had with the steroids. Is that even with those side effects? Is that something that you continued to take, or did you have to, ultimately, did you have to decide to stop taking it given some of those things you were experiencing?
Well, it's a great question, but the sad truth is that that happens to be the lesser of the evils that are the current treatment options that are out there, which are very limited at this time. The current treatment options, the side effects are not as obvious, but they're scarier because, you know, they all, and they're just worse in some ways, to where I did resort back to taking the steroids because the other options were so terrible.
Sure. And do you mind mentioning what you tried and then had to go back, just so we know?
Yep. So I did cyclosporin, and that was very high maintenance in terms of monitoring to make sure it didn't get over certain levels. Took a lot of time and energy to even make sure, you know, and even when it wasn't in toxic levels, I was getting very bad migraines. I had been following my labs for 10 years. My lymph cells were doing some very strange things. You know, there was a lot of activity in my lymphatic system. I was having night sweats, things of that nature. It's in the label that it causes lymphoma. I happen to know someone personally taking cyclosporin that got lymphoma. I mean, you know, that could be obviously anecdotal, but the point is it is in the label. So just taking this stuff is very scary because what, you know, the toxicness of these drugs and what it can do. I'd almost rather go with something like a prednisone where you at least you know what you're getting with that.
I see.
You know what to expect. You know, you might have some bone density.
Right. Well, Mary, thank you so much for calling and sharing that. I think it's really important to hear, you know, that there are these downsides to existing treatments, and as you put it, it's kind of you're choosing between the kind of different negative, you know, sets of negative consequences and picking the lesser of the two. So thank you so much for sharing that perspective. I want to come back to our Zoom panel here for just a minute and still on focusing on treatment successes. See if from a show of hands, if anyone on the panel wants to share something that's worked for them or has helped even a little bit for them before we move on to some other questions that we have for you. Yes, Eileen.
So far, I'm sorry, I'm Eileen from Pennsylvania. And for me, so far, the rituximab has been the one that has put me in remission. So that's the best drug that I've had so far. I was on the cyclosporin previously that put me in a partial remission, but until I did the rituximab, that's the one that actually put me through to the remission.
Yeah, can you maybe talk about that treatment decision, you know, to switch from cyclosporin to rituximab? You know, was it, you know, you were in partial remission, you weren't moving and you know, any lower, and so you made that decision, or were you starting maybe to go in the opposite direction? You know, maybe just what were the considerations that you had to make that switch?
It just felt like with me, it was like every 2 years I would be coming out of remission. So it was like each time I came out of remission, there was more damage being done to my kidney.
I see.
And my doctor my doctor and I both decided that try the rituximab. Since that has worked, now I'm on like a maintenance type protocol with it, that I get it every 9 months. And that so far has been working and has not reduced my kidney function anymore.
And how long have you been on rituximab and the maintenance?
So I started back in 2018 with the rituximab, and now it's been like every year now, every 9 months I go. So.
And how long were you living with MN before, or diagnosis maybe before finally getting to rituximab, just to kind of see?
I was about 8 years.
8 years, okay.
Yes.
And so over 8 years, nothing has helped to the same degree rituximab has now.
Exactly.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Eileen, for sharing that. So I want to also expand the conversation. You know, we've already, I think it's inherent in talking about treatment approaches. We've been hearing about some of the downsides, and so of these treatments that you have. So we want to hear both how much it's helped, but also maybe things that haven't worked, or things that work and provide still some downsides that either you tolerate or maybe you've given up a treatment that's worked because the side effects are too much to bear. I'd like to perhaps start with Daniel on this. Is there, thinking through all the treatments you've tried, is there something that hasn't been so great of a treatment experience for you?
Currently, well, thanks for having me. Dan Holmes out of Palm Bay, Florida. I've been battling membranous nephropathy now for 1.5 years, so I'm a little new to the game. But I feel like a seasoned veteran because I've been through so much in just 18 short months. I have almost abandoned all of my treatment programs because of the side effects that they entail. So just like Taylor said, right, you take something and it causes something else. You take a water pill and you're up all night peeing, or you can't get sleep. So then you need to take a pill to go to sleep better. Then I found myself taking pills to take pills, which made no sense to me. I came very in touch with my nephrologist, my doctors. I'm a veteran, so I have the VA behind me as well, monitoring my labs. And basically we got to a point where my kidney function is above 60. It's really good actually right now. A lot of my labs are really, really good where they should be. And we've made the decision to stop the cyclosporin. So I've been off of that now a couple months. Sure. Right now, the only medical regimen I'm on is water pills. And that's to help alleviate and drain some of the water storage. Of course, maintaining a low sodium diet and things like that. But I know this thing is going to come and go. There's going to be waves, right? There's going to be ups and downs and partial remissions. I could not prove to myself that the treatment plans that I were on was actually working or not. I knew that the side effects I had were created by the medications, but I could not prove the opposite. So I did not, and nobody could prove it to me either, that, hey, the cyclosporin is what's got your EGFR to where it is today. Mm-hmm. Well, let's stop the cyclosporin and see what happens. So we've done that now for several months, and the EGFR maintains pretty high. Am I one of those 1 in 3 that could go into a spontaneous remission? Possibly, hopefully, that would be awesome. But again, without taking the medication out of the mix, I won't know. Mm-hmm. So at this point, my treatment plan, me and my medical team have basically decided to pull away from a lot of the medications, and then evaluate and see what happens and see what's going on. I still deal with the edema. I still have the proteinuria and those kind of things, right. But the blood pressure is normal. The EGFRs are normal. The white blood cell counts are normal. Those things are normal. You still deal with the water pill side effects of the cramping, the significant Charlie horses that you get when you take water pills. So you gotta take potassium or eat a higher potassium diet to counteract some of those kind of effects as well. But everything you put in your body's got an opposite reaction that you have to fight, and it's just a never-ending story.
Yeah, Daniel, can you maybe help us get a picture of when you came off of some of these medications, because of the side effects and this taking pills to, other medicines to help with the side effects. Have you, noticed any improvements in your quality of life? What has that looked like, by kind of coming off those things?
Yeah, I have, and I haven't, right? So like you come off of the prednisone, and I dealt with about 6 months of significant body pain. Mm-hmm. Because the prednisone I was taking at such a high dosage had masked so many different things. I was new to Florida when I moved here. I was on prednisone. I didn't know that I had allergies here. you stop taking the prednisone, and boom, you have allergies to things you never knew you had before. So you deal with those kind of things. I got myself onto gabapentin because of the chronic pain that you deal with when you come off of a steroid. But I have to go to work, and I have to drive, and I have to coach football, and I have to do these different things that you can't just be on a narcotic pain med forever, right? So I was on that. Being off the medication, yes, I can go to the beach, right? I can have a great day in the sun and not have to worry about the cyclosporin making me feel completely immobilized. I couldn't stand out in the sun for more than 10 minutes. You would throw up, and you would feel dizzy, and you get these weird stomach cramps. I don't have that anymore. So the enjoyment of being able to go to the beach, I live right next to some of the best beaches in the planet, and being able to go there and enjoy that has given me and me and my family some satisfaction. But there's always, how long is it going to last? What's next? So we just kind of take it day by day and enjoy what you can take now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, thank you so much, Daniel. It sounds like it's, not an easy landscape to navigate, and, knowing which things to try to stay on. It sounds like it's, there's really no right answer. And so thank you for sharing that. I do see that on the topic of treatment successes that we did have some written comments come in on that. So before we go too far down the road of talking about also the downsides, I want to check in with David on some of the things that have helped for those that have been writing in with comments.
Right, James. Betty from Massachusetts writes, I made vast dietary changes after learning that I was now a kidney patient. I learned about the importance of water, exercise, and I have been on a plant-based diet for 4 years, which has improved my overall health. I then saw a renal dietitian for further suggestions, and I avoid NSAIDs. Nina from Texas writes, I work out every day to stay in shape and eat very little protein and salt, which helps a great deal. And Janet from Washington writes, although the rituximab treatment was successful and I'm technically in remission, I still have reduced kidney function, which was stable but has started to drop recently.
Sure. Well, thank you all for writing in with that. Please continue to write in, whether it's treatment successes, treatment downsides. We want to hear about your treatment experiences. Similarly, if you would like to call in, we'd invite you to call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. I see we have a caller who would like to share some of her experiences with treatments that she's tried. We have Jamie from Maine. So I'd like to welcome Jamie and see, Jamie, are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. So I have the cycle of meds I was on is we started with prednisone, then it was prednisone and tacrolimus, and then I ended up on Rituxan. Every 6 months I get 4 infusions. And that's finally what worked. But the prednisone made me gain 100 pounds because I was on the max dose for so long. It caused a tendon to rupture. They've had to completely reconstruct my foot, and all these things. But the Rituxan is finally what kind of got me into remission. It's horrible that prednisone's like the first line of defense.
And with prednisone,
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so is that something that you're still on, or have you discontinued prednisone now?
I discontinued it. Now when I'm on it, it's during my infusions, they give me 50 milligrams of prednisone, and then they give me Benadryl and Tylenol, and then I get the Rituxan infusion.
I see.
But even then, I still have what we call chemo brain, because by the time I'm finally feeling pretty normal again, I have another infusion scheduled. And with a 4-year-old daughter, it's really hard to keep up when you have this condition. You're constantly sick because of your medication. So it's almost like what's the lesser of two evils constantly.
Right. And that chemo brain you described, can you help me understand that? What is, is there an example maybe you can give in your daily life of what that looks like?
Yeah, I can have something in my hand and it'll be a glass of milk and I'll call it a couch. Like I'll be driving to my parents' house and all of a sudden I'm kind of like, how did I get here? Things like that. And I forget plans. I used to have a memory where I could remember everything. Now it's like I'll look at someone and it's like I know their name, but I can't get it out.
Wow. And is it like the chemo brain, is it most kind of severe, right after your infusion and it slowly gets better, kind of right up until the time of your next infusion? Or is it really, variable, hard to predict?
It can be difficult to predict, but it definitely usually is much worse, much more acute during my infusions and just after my infusion. But the sickness from the infusion, that can even take a couple months to wear off.
I see. Well, Jamie, thank you so much for sharing this. Not something we've heard a lot about yet so far. So really want to encourage others to call in, write in as well. In fact, I see we have some written comments on some treatment downsides as well. So I want to see, David, what's standing out to you?
Yeah, so Mark from Massachusetts is just basically concerned about having to be on multiple medications, obviously because nothing's really working that well. Sefriana from Seattle writes, I had a few treatments that made things a bit better, but never went into remission. And Charles from North Carolina writes, in spite of my proteinuria, which has been as high as 40 grams per day, which is very high, though it seldom stays that high for long, many of my symptoms have been controlled using statins, an ACE inhibitor, and an SSRI, that's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. However, these drugs are hard on the body, and the ACE inhibitor causes some dizziness and low blood pressure for me.
Sure.
All lots of important side effects.
Yes, important to hear these. I know not only are there lots of different side effects we've been hearing about, but they impact people differently. It's so important to hear those personal impacts and stories. So we'll again encourage you to call in if you have a treatment experience to share, good or bad or mixed. That number is 1-703-844-3231. But want to come back to our panel here, exploring existing treatment options a little bit more with you. Maybe come to Eileen, as you're thinking about some of the most significant downsides that you've experienced. Is there one that sticks out, something that maybe has had the greatest impact on your daily life?
I remember when I was on the cyclosporin, taking that, the main side effect that I had was hair growth on my face. Being a female, that was very, very embarrassing. Swelling gums, that was another side effect that I had. I don't know if anybody else had that, but that was two of the main things that I had to deal with.
Sure, and I mean, were those things that were kind of there and pretty persistent, and maybe can you share an example of a time that did have that you remember it having an impact kind of in your life?
Well, basically every day looking in the mirror, it had an impact on my life, at least for me. I don't know if anybody else would even like say something to you, that it was that obvious, but to me it was so obvious.
Right, sure. Thank you, Eileen, for sharing that. Taylor, how about you on this topic? Anything that sticks out as kind of the biggest downside that you've encountered in trying different treatments?
A lot of these treatments have really nasty side effects. So I was kind of everything was just kind of thrown at me because we were so desperately wanting something to work. But as I mentioned earlier, what impacted me most, like emotionally, was when I took the cyclophosphamide, my hair falling out. That was like impacted me so emotionally because I had no control over that. And I knew that I had to take the medication if I wanted to get better. But I guess I have like an emotional bond with my hair. And so that falling out impacted me a lot. And just not being able to do things that I had done before. I was pretty active. And the medication it makes you very tired. And as the caller mentioned a little bit ago, the brain fog, as I'd mentioned earlier, I was in nursing school. I had to be able to remember the things that I was learning. And a lot of times I couldn't because of the medication. So. Wow. Yeah. I mean, all of those are really significant downsides. When you said that, maybe you had an attachment to your hair, that it was a really big impact for you. I mean, did that, affect you socially? Did that affect maybe your mental health? Kind of help me understand when you say it had a really big impact, what was that impact? It definitely affected me. Like my mental health made me very like self-conscious about my image. And also like going out with my friends, I was like constantly trying to cover up the spots in my hair that were missing, and definitely impacted my mental health the most. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. I know it's not always easy to acknowledge that aspect. Kind of to round out our Zoom panel, I want to also ask Katrina this same question, thinking about the downsides. Is there one, that has had the greatest impact on your life as you think through different treatments that you've experienced?
The limiting of my life. I was unable to go out and do anything. Let me also just say that being female, the hair on the face and the loss of hair, the self-image that a person gets, it's affected by that greatly. And that affects every aspect of our lives. So my goodness, girls. The weight gain also affects that. It's not just physical, it is mental. There are, and the swelling and the bloating, you end up feeling like the Stay Puft guy, and when you can't even physically, or it's hard to physically get moving to try to correct it. And then with the hair issues, it's really hard to live your life, I guess that's all I have to say about that. No, that's a lot to say, and it's all very important to hear. So thank you, Katrina, for kind of adding to that. I think, it's important to hear that it's not just, providing kind of physical limitations, energy. You talked a lot about, kind of lack of sleep and other impacts impacting physical or activities in daily life, but it really is, emotional and psychological too. So yes, thank you. I see we have a phone caller, Eric from Alabama, who actually wants to share one of his treatment experiences, a positive treatment experience. So we'd like to welcome Eric to the show and see, Eric, are you with us?
I'm here.
Welcome. Would love to hear the treatment experience that you were hoping to share.
Sure. There's been a lot of talk about prednisone and all of the things that go along with that. I was on cyclosporin for many years, mostly under control, never really a remission or anything to that extent. And we never really attempted using prednisone along with that, although my understanding is that's, a pretty common thing that's done. Sure. And the combination of the two, when I started it, it was very quickly after that, probably my next appointment a few months later, we started seeing reductions in the proteinuria. We started seeing, the PLA2R test came back as negative. And I very quickly moved towards remission to where I was eventually taken off cyclosporin, which, is awesome given, the long-term side effects you worry about that. And I've been in remission for a year now, and I've never been in remission for longer than a couple months max. And so I guess that's the point that I wanted to kind of hammer home is it really worked for me. And so, obviously now that I've seen that does seem to have helped, I kind of wish that would have been something we would have at least given a shot a number of years ago, just to see if there would have been some success.
Sure. So just to make sure I understand, you were able to go off the cyclosporine and are still on prednisone, or have you tapered off that as well?
No, I'm sorry. I left that piece out. We actually tapered both of them, and the only thing I really take now are some blood pressure medications and a few others, but I'm off both prednisone and cyclosporine for a year now.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. When you were on those two, obviously there's the long-term effects that you referenced that are always a concern. Did you experience some of the more acute side effects as well? And were you able, it sounds like maybe you were able to tolerate those if you did?
I did. It was certainly worse early on in the cyclosporine treatment because I was on higher doses initially to try and get everything under control. So, there's a lot of things that folks have mentioned with cyclosporine, nausea, just cramps, things like that, just never, just all the side effects that come from that, as we reduced the dose a little bit over time, and that did help as things were under control, and I was able to more or less remain stable. And so I think that helped to get me to a point to where the actual side effects weren't as bad, perhaps as they could have been. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, Eric, you've been so gracious to let me probe. If you don't mind me probing one more question for you. Now that you are in remission, have you noticed, corresponding changes in the direct, not side effects, but direct symptoms of your MN? I don't know what you might have been experiencing beforehand, but since this has got you into remission, has that also, helped with the other symptoms and health effects of MN that you might have been experiencing prior to remission?
I think so, definitely. I mean, the obvious physical side effects like edema and foamy urine, things like that, they're just not around anymore. The cyclosporin used to give me upset stomach, anytime I would take it. So every single day, twice a day, no matter how if I took food with it or whatever. I mean, I don't have it anymore. That's gone. The side effects that some folks have talked about, not being able to sleep with prednisone and, perhaps more hunger, that sort of thing, that's gone. And I mean, just in general, I feel better mentally because it's like, there's a good chance that it could come back one day. And, it just feels good for right now to be in remission and not having to take those medications that I've had to take forever. So just enjoying it right now. So,
yeah. Well, Eric, thank you so much for calling in and having this conversation about your treatment journey. I'm so glad for you with where you are right now. So thank you for sharing that. I see that we have, comments are just rolling in with regard to, this discussion around treatment experiences, and particularly this more, the topic we've more recently gone to, which is the downsides of some of the existing treatments. So David, I want to check in with you again.
Yeah, Amy from Illinois writes, I was started on cyclophosphamide and prednisone, as well as Lasix, a blood thinner, and a blood pressure medication, and a cholesterol medicine. My blood pressure hasn't been affected by this disease, so I had to stop taking that because I was getting dizzy and fainting spells. I also had to stop taking cyclophosphamide because I had a rare bladder reaction to this medication about 3 months into it. I was then put on tacrolimus. I was not working during my treatments, and I don't think I could have with all the side effects of the drugs and the disease itself. Amy from Illinois writes, I was on prednisone and cyclophosphamide as a female. They messed up my period, and I'm still not over those 2.5 years later. I lost it for 6 months. She lost her period for 6 months. And when it came back, it was irregular and abnormal. I thought I had gone into early menopause. And Safa from California writes, while I was on steroids, my hands shook so much that while taking notes or drawing a picture, I would hide my right hand with my left to avoid having others see and ask questions. Even though I was weaned off steroids a couple of years ago, the hand tremors have never gone away. I still struggle with simple tasks like painting my nails, and sometimes even holding a spoon filled with liquid, because the tremors prevent my hands from ever being still.
Wow. Yeah, incredible. Still more things we've, not yet heard. So important to have those experiences be shared today. So I want to continue to have these treatment experiences shared and come in, phone and comments, but I would want to continue to broaden the dialogue as well while we have everyone today. As I mentioned very early, one thing, and often particularly in rare diseases, that when we're thinking about treatments, we're also thinking about trials and participating in clinical trials as a possible way to supplement the current standard of care. And obviously that has also the important benefit of helping us understand the benefit and risk profile of investigational treatments for a community, but may also be part of your own personal strategy for thinking about your approach to treatment. So to get us thinking about this topic of participating in clinical trials and your thoughts and decision making around that, I'd like to go to a pair of polling questions that we have on this topic. So this is a chance to pull your phone back out, open up the browser, go to that tab that you have open. If you're following along on your computer, go to pollev.com/PFDD and join us in this third polling question for this session, which is on factors that you would consider for participating in trials. So the specific question we have for you is, of the following factors related to a test drug or an investigational drug that's being studied in a clinical trial, select up to 5 that are most important to your decision about participating in a clinical trial. And so these factors that we want you to consider are A, whether you might get placebo or a sugar pill, B, whether you may need to stop your current treatment, C, potential side effects of the new drug, D, how the drug is taken, whether it's by mouth, intravenous injection, or a subcutaneous injection in the muscle, E, in earlier trials, was the study drug effective for specific benefits that are most meaningful to you, F, knowing if you can make the commitment to participate in the trial, knowing that there are study site visits, other tests and procedures that you may need to undergo, G, the frequency of exam appointments, more specifically, H, distance to the trial site, I, the length or duration of the trial, J, whether a kidney biopsy is required, K, negative things that you've heard about clinical trials more broadly, L, whether your own nephrologist recommends enrolling in the trial, or M, some other factor that's not listed on this slide that would be important to your decision to participate in a clinical trial. And again, there's a lot of options here, and we want you to try to narrow this down to the top 5 most important factors to you that would inform your decision about whether to participate in a clinical trial. So we give you a few moments to think about this. I know there's a lot of options for important factors. As it stands, it looks like the one that is the top factor that would be important to our audience today is what are the potential side effects of a new drug. That's likely, I think, informed by the fact that we've heard so much about all of the side effects that existing drugs provide, and a desire to perhaps avoid drugs with similar degrees of side effects. We also see a major consideration whether you might get placebo or a sugar pill. So participating in the trial, you might not actually, at least for the randomized portion of the trial, get the investigational drug. And then after that, we're seeing whether you need to stop your current treatments and whether your nephrologist recommends it as 2 major factors for you. And I would say maybe the 5th most prevalent response is whether in earlier trials the study drug was effective for the specific benefits that are most important to you. What we're seeing though is across the board, many of these are in your top fives. We're only seeing a couple of options that aren't in some people's top fives. And so we'd like for you to call in and share about what it is that would be most important to you in considering whether you would participate in a clinical trial. And even if maybe you aren't eligible right now, I know many of you have talked about being in remission. Perhaps you can think about, in a situation where you have a relapse, would you consider a trial? And if so, what factors would be important to you? But we do have another polling question on this topic. So let's move to our next polling question. So this is specific to the biopsy factor. And so we want to know is, would you enroll in a clinical trial if it required any of the following frequencies of kidney biopsy? And we'd like you to select the greatest number of biopsies that you would be willing to accept. The options here are A, no kidney biopsy, so you would never enroll in a trial unless there was no biopsy required. B, you would enroll if there was only one kidney biopsy in a year. C, if there was 2 kidney biopsies in a year. Or D, if there was 3 kidney biopsies in a year. That's the greatest number of biopsies that you would accept. So we'll give you a few more moments to think about this. All right, so it looks like there's a bit of a spread here, different tolerance for kidney biopsy in order to participate. It looks like a little over a third of you would only tolerate 1 kidney biopsy per year, and a little under a third of you would not accept any kidney biopsy within a year, whereas about a third of you would either accept 2 or 3 kidney biopsies per year. So we're seeing kind of a spread there of different tolerance for number of kidney biopsies for participating in a trial. So I want to thank you for participating in these polling questions. If you have something to share in terms of of course, we're welcome treatment experiences still, but if you have something to share on your thoughts around participating in trials, or maybe if you have participated in a trial, you can share that experience. We invite you to call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. But I'm going to start this discussion with our panel. My understanding is, Taylor and Eileen, you have participated in observational clinical trials, so no interventional drug as part of that, but you still had to commit to some degree of follow-up and perhaps testing. So maybe we can start with Taylor. As you were thinking about either participating in that trial or maybe a hypothetical drug trial, thinking about those factors in the polling questions that we posed, what would be most important to you, or was most important to you, and why?
Well, I am in remission, so no active disease right now. But if my symptoms were to come back and I would sort of relapse on this disease, I think the important key points of a clinical trial for me would be A, reducing the symptoms because they are so intense. B, the accessibility of the medication. I had to travel a couple of hours away for my rituximab infusions when we tried those the first time. I would like that to be closer to home because I do have a life here and have to move on with my life. And then C would be like little side effects of the drug. Again, with the rituximab infusion, I did have a pretty severe allergic reaction in the chair while getting my infusion. So like hives all up my face. So I would like for that to not happen again. So if the drug had little side effects, that would obviously be a plus too.
Sure. But you would, in fact, I guess the one point of that is if you did go into a relapse, you would be interested in participating in a potential clinical trial, given those.
I definitely would. And I even picked up to 3 kidney biopsies a year because in all of my disease, the kidney biopsies were the easiest As far as relating it to the symptoms and everything, it was one of the easier things that I did during those years that I was in active disease. So.
Sure. Thank you, Taylor. And Eileen, maybe coming to you, whether it's about your actual experience in an observational trial or kind of the hypothetical clinical trial for an investigational drug, what's important for you for participating in a study?
I just feel that the more people who actually do participate who have this disease, the better they can narrow down a drug that would actually work for everybody.
Yeah. So you would be interested in participating for that
Absolutely.
kind of community for the greater good. That's obviously if that is the key reason for doing studies. So important that people be willing to participate and volunteer for that greater good. Is there anything in terms of if you were looking at a potential study and is there a deal breaker for you of whether it's you saw the list, a certain degree of travel or number of visits or biopsies that you would say, well, I really want to, I just can't do that?
I would think the side effects would be the one for me that would be the downfall.
Yeah. And would you willing to tolerate any side effects? What's your tolerance for side effects?
I would, to a point, like there's usually like a point that you'd like, I can't do this anymore. You would try to tolerate it as much as you could.
Yeah.
And then once it's like affecting your everyday life, then I would have to stop.
Sure. Well, thank you, Eileen. Daniel, would you be willing to consider a clinical trial at any point, and at what point would you consider that?
Absolutely, 100%. I would consider a clinical trial. Side effects, I mean, the current medication that's out there right now, you got to deal with every side effect on that list. So I wouldn't really care about the side effects, because if it's going to be for the greater good, if there's going to be some positive coming out of it, I'm good with that. You want to do a kidney biopsy 3 times a year, let's get it done. It's trying to find the trials that are there. I've tried my hardest to involve myself in trials, and I came up blank. I got nothing, So
is that because you don't qualify, or there's not been ones near you, or?
I don't see why I would not qualify on membranous nephropathy, right? So why wouldn't I qualify if you're doing a membranous nephropathy trial? I've never been offered to get on a plane, to go fly anywhere, to go test, to do anything or talk to anybody. But yeah, would I? Absolutely would.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Daniel. Katrina, do you have any thoughts on this topic of trials? What would there be? Would you consider one? And if your disease was at a place where warranted it, and what would that be for you? And is there anything that would be a deal breaker? We're just interested to hear your take. Ooh, I think you're on mute still, Katrina.
I would definitely sign up for a trial. In fact, as soon as I was diagnosed, I went looking for a trial after being told about it. And the one I found was a few states over. I was in Minnesota at the time, and it had closed. So it was, nothing, but I still signed up. And I think that's how you all contacted me. And now that I'm out in Oregon. And so, yes, definitely, I would be willing to talk to my nephrologist, who would be my number one. And then I would go side effects and effective. And as far as a biopsy, I was thinking anywhere between 1 or 3. I've only had one biopsy. It was not a pleasant experience, but if it's going to make life easier for myself or anyone else, sure.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. Want to check in with David across any treatment experience, comments that have come in. I know we've covered so many different discussion questions. Things might be coming on different topics, but anything that you would like to share at this point?
Yeah, well, of course, for preferences for
any existing treatment experience topics at this moment?
Yeah, so Nina writes that MN is something I can never escape from. Because of all the drugs I take every morning and evening, I try and stay positive because it's so much worse, so many worse things, but the drugs I will take and have remission cause other symptoms that are serious as well. It's not just about the kidneys.
Right.
So Alma writes, my daughter takes an ACE inhibitor and she gets dizzy at times with the medication. She also gets nausea with medicine while at school and has to run to the bathroom because she feels like throwing up. And Susan from California says she has been on several medications and have suffered with uncontrolled blood pressure, edema, and cholesterol. I tried several statins for the cholesterol. However, myalgia, muscle pain, was so severe I could not tolerate them. Living with MN has been hard on my self-esteem due to edema and fatigue.
Sure. Yeah, so many treatment experiences, and we're continuing to get more of these experiences here, as David was sharing, with downsides. So I want to really thank you all for those comments. If you haven't heard your comment read, I promise you we are getting them. There's been quite a few that have come in, and we will be including all of those in the Voice of the Patient report. So at this point, I want to move to our final topic for this for the day, which is now that we've explored all of these approaches to treatment that you've tried, things that you've tried and stopped, maybe because of side effects, maybe because you reached remission, things that you're currently on. We want to now look towards the future and think about, what is it that you still need, and what are your priorities for those future needs. So for our final polling question of the day, we're going to get all of you thinking about this topic. So for one last time, please pull out that phone, open up your browser, go to that tab if you're following along on your computer, go to pollyv.com/PFDD, and we have a question for you on deciding on what it is that you would most want from a future treatment. And so here we want to know, without considering the side effects of a drug, which one of the following would be most important to you in a future therapy. And so we're going to ask that you select the one that most closely reflects your top treatment goal, which would be A, reversing or halting decline in kidney function, meaning halting the progression of your MN and delaying the need for dialysis. B, improving your quality of life and symptoms, or preventing future or in the future preventing a future reduction in your quality of life and in those symptoms. Or C, prolonging your life. So again, please select which of these three treatment kind of goals for a future treatment reflects the one that you would view as most important to you, or if you're a caregiver or care partner, the one that would be most important to you to consider, or rather that you would desire. And as you would expect, as with all of our polling questions, we want you to think about this when you're picking this response, and think about the answer of why. Why did you, when given these three options, choose the option that you did? So we'll let final results come in, but as it stands, it looks like about 3/4 of our participants today, actually it's inflating a little bit more as more results keep coming in, would most want a reverse or halting in the decline of their kidney function. The second choice, at about 1/5 of our audience today, would most want a drug that improves their quality of life and symptoms, or prevents a future reduction in their quality of life or symptoms. And no one in our audience today has would say that prolonging their life is the most important goal for a future therapy. So I know that wasn't an easy question, so thank you for thinking about that. I'd like to go to our Zoom panel perhaps to get us to think about this, although I want to invite you for one last time to call in if you have thoughts about future treatments, what it is you would look for in a future treatment. Please call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to hear from you live what your preferences for future treatments are. Essentially, if short of a cure for your MN, what would be meaningful for you in a future treatment? So we'd love to hear that. Of course, you can also write in using that comment box under the live stream. Many of you have been writing in today. I know you know where to find it, but we encourage that as well. So I want to come to our Zoom panel here, and maybe this time we'll start with you, Katrina, on the topic of what, thinking about short of a cure for your MN, what would represent an ideal or a meaningful future treatment for you?
I'm still muted.
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Reverse or halt, because that was my goal. And it is my belief that will lead to B and then C. But to reverse or halt the progression of the disease, because that is the gold ring out there.
Sure. Since you said that, it actually reminds me, I want to maybe pull up a slide, and then I'm going to come back and ask you to follow up on this. So if we can actually show Dr. Beck's slide on partial remission. So this was a slide that Dr. Beck shared where he described how, we have, of course, complete remission, but then we have this idea of partial remission, something that's short of complete remission. Dr. Beck, I think, defined it as, estimating around a proteinuria value that's 50% less, and that gets you below 3.5 grams per deciliter per day. As Dr. Beck discussed, this is a drug outcome that might come sooner than complete remission. Although the long-term consequence of that might be more uncertain. We don't know if that partial remission will translate to complete remission, whether it'll just stay as partial remission, or if ultimately, there might still be a relapse. So when you were talking about, being able to, halt or even maybe even reverse progression, if you were in a situation where you perhaps were in a relapse, would partial remission be a goal for you as well?
Yes, it would, without a doubt, even above, because I still stand by that. I believe that would lead to an improved quality of life. If you're in a partial remission, your symptoms are lessened, which leads to an improved quality of life, ultimately prolonging life. Yes. But I've already gone to pretty drastic methods to try to get things from progressing and getting worse. So yes, that would be my goal, and I would be happy to participate.
Yeah, thank you, Katrina. Taylor, want to bring you into this dialogue. What would be, short of a cure for your MN, what would represent an important or meaningful, future treatment for you?
For me, like Katrina said, it's mostly about quality of life. I was miserable for 2.5 years. And like her, I think even partial remission is
huge,
absolutely worth it. Just because of, you go through so much for so long, you feel like you can't do it anymore. And even just the littlest bit of relief is beneficial. So.
And that's been your experience when you've been in maybe that, not quite complete remission, but partial remission zone. You've also had relief from symptoms and other issues in daily life.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Great. Daniel, how about you? What would, as you're thinking about all the things you could ask for, this is kind of like our wish list. The only thing I'm not allowing you to put on your wish list is the complete cure, but that's because it's on everybody's wish list. what would you ask for future treatment?
I chosen a poll as quality of life. I've accepted the fact that I have a non-curable kidney disease, and I've mentally accepted that. So looking for a treatment program is exactly what that is. It's a treatment program. It's a program to treat your current symptoms and illnesses. I understand if they developed a cure, that would be awesome, but it's a treatment program. And in the treatment program is quality of life, because the current treatments for MN take away that quality of life. Even though they're treating the kidney, they're taking away the quality of that life. Prolonging the life, it's not as, I don't care as much as how long I'm here. It's about what I do while I'm here. And I wouldn't want to prolong the life if the life that I have here is full of trash. So it's about the day to day. Let's improve the day to day. Let's get up and still go to work. Let's be able to hang out and have fun with our friends and family, and enjoy the days that we are here. And if we can do that pain-free, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. And we'll give our, on the Zoom panel, final word to Eileen. Your thoughts for preferences for a future treatment.
Mine would actually be to reverse or decline the kidney function, because my function has gone down so much that anymore I'm kind of on the border of like that dialysis. So that would be my main concern, my goal for that.
Yeah, so prevent or perhaps delay needing dialysis would be actually a very important thing for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And what about that question of partial remission? If you could get something that could at least get you there, would that be of value?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you again, when you're at least even in partial remission, you still feel much better than if you're in a full-blown episode.
I see. Yeah. Well, I want to thank our Zoom panel so much for contributing to today. It's been terrific talking to you about your experiences, and thanks for bearing with me as I probed you so much on so many different issues. But I do see that we have a phone caller, so I want to go to the phones. I see that we have Mary from New York, who wants to share some of her thoughts about what she would want from a future treatment. Mary, are you with us?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. Would love to hear your thoughts on what it is you would look for in a future treatment.
Okay, so I think I agree with much of what's been said. There's far too much emphasis, not only in kidney disease, but other diseases as well, in finding a cure. But I think a lot of it comes down to a partial remission is a win, because at the end of the day, some or many of these may be even genetic, where there is, the genes are always going to be that way. So what are we going to do to remediate what's going on would be my thing. What we discovered is reducing the protein, so getting that partial remission.
Yeah.
To me would be most helpful.
Yes.
Because it's addressing the EGFR, it's addressing the kidney decline.
Right.
It's going to help with that. It's going to help with all of the side effects of the disease. So things going in the wrong places, and then protein being in the wrong place. So if they can target something to address the filtration and the resulting proteinuria, I think that would be a win. And then also something that's minimally toxic. So maybe something that's a biosimilar, something, a little more biosimilar that would, in essence, not only would it reduce your toxicity, but it should cut down on some of those terrible side effects if the body is tolerating it better, because it is more asimilar to things we already produce endogenously.
I see what you mean. Yes. So, yeah, I think I hear you. Both treatment goals in terms of at least partial remission, but definitely want to see improvements on protein spillage and EGFR, but also a treatment approach that helps reduce the side effect burden that you're living with and dealing with.
Right. And just to add, there are other treatments and even newer ones on the market already that are for EGFR, preventing EGFR decline.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's always going to be ACEs and ARBs and things that we can, use to further help the EGFR decline. So my thing would be more the proteinuria and the partial remission.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mary. It's so great to get another voice in the conversation here around preferences for future treatment. And I do have to commend our audience. I see we have also been getting written comments on this topic. So want to give the final word to those of you who have been writing in and check in with David for written comments here.
Right. So Amy from Illinois writes, looking back, I'm not sure I would have chosen to take the medications that my doctor gave me because of all the side effects, even though I reached remission very quickly. That's pretty significant, I think. The medications were very hard on me physically and mentally, and I'm so glad I was not working during that time. Janet from Washington writes that my main focus in life has become preserving my kidney health, especially through diet and moderate exercise. I am always looking for new ways to improve my kidney health. And finally, Kim writes, the toxicity of the medications are something that weigh heavily on my mind and heart and impact how I decide if I will ever choose to use a treatment. The side effects can take me from a functional individual to a non-functioning individual.
Wow.
So these are very, the effect of side effects on people are very dramatic.
Yes, weighing on people's minds and their preferences for a future treatment. So this concludes the portion of our agenda where we've been getting your input, and it's been a really powerful day. As your meeting moderator, I just can't help but thank all of you for being so brave, in a condition that you all have shared with me and with all of us isn't one that you're always able to easily talk to people about, share with others, as an invisible disease. You really, stepped out and kind of pulled back the curtain on living with MN. And, I just have to really commend you for that. It's really, really not easy to do. We often focus on persevering and prospering and what is working well. And so to kind of, sidestep and instead talk about what isn't working well, I just want to thank you all for being willing to do that with us. You've shared so many personal aspects of your life today, but it's exactly the type of thing that we needed to hear. And I can tell you, as someone that works in this space and sees how the patient voice is applied and practiced, how the regulators at FDA use it, I know that this is really going to help drive forward progress for developing drugs in MN. So, as your meeting moderator, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for opening up and sharing so much today. So now at this point, we're going to move into a meeting summary. It's an impossible task to try to capture all of what we heard today, but what we're going to do is try to have a capture of some of the key things that our friend and colleague Larry Bauer has heard from today. And so Larry Bauer will be giving these closing summary remarks. Larry is the perfect person to do this. He spent 17 years at the National Institutes for Health working in clinical research. He's worked for over 10 years at the FDA. He was one of the co-founders of the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drugs. And most recently, he has been working to help work with groups like NKF and NephCure to plan these types of meetings, has been essential to the planning of this meeting. So I would like to welcome Larry. Thank you, Larry, for taking on this task of doing the summary.
Thank you so much, James. Like James said, I'll be giving a high-level overview. I won't be able to make all of the points, but all the points will be included in the eventual Voice of the Patient report. So our meeting today on membranous nephropathy was opened by Dr. David Feldman, who's the medical project director of the National Kidney Foundation. This was followed with the presentation from Dr. Eliza Thompson, who's the deputy director of the FDA's Division of Cardiology and Nephrology in Cedar. Dr. Thompson shared that patient-focused drug development meetings are valuable to the FDA and that she personally has used information from the Voice of the Patient reports when reviewing drugs. Following her talk, we had a clinical overview, which was presented by Dr. Ashley Jefferson from the University of Washington School of Medicine. We heard that MN is an autoimmune kidney disease with antibodies attacking the cells in the filters of the kidney and causing membranous thickening. That's why I called membranous nephropathy. Protein in the urine is a key sign, and kidney biopsies are diagnostic of the condition. It causes fatigue, edema, kidney damage, and can lead to thrombosis, infections, and cardiovascular problems. The main antibody is the anti-PLA2R antibody. And treatment varies. It can include diet, blood pressure control, control of edema, vitamin D, and prevention of complications, as well as immunosuppression. So we started then with two different panels. The first panel focused on health effects of MN and daily impacts. We heard from Marge, who started gaining weight while training for a 5K race and was soon after diagnosed with MN as well as stage 4 kidney disease. She experienced exhaustion and brain fog and had to give up her pet therapy, which was one of her favorite things to do. She says, on my worst days, I have to use a scooter to walk the dog. I have no stamina for the routines of daily life. Next, we heard from Taylor, who's a 23-year-old nurse and developed swelling in her extremities that led to cracking skin and deep seeping fluid. She was diagnosed with MN at age 19, and her case has been difficult to treat. She says, I think about my loved ones who will have to care for me if I need dialysis or a transplant if I progress to end stage. Next, we heard from Alma, whose oldest daughter, Lauren, was 12 when diagnosed with MN. Her eyes swelled shut at a camp, and she had fatigue and weight gain. And being a teenager, Lauren struggles to not have to share about her condition and why she can't participate in school activities. She likes to try to be private about it, which is typical for a teenager. She said, every day I wake up hoping today won't be the day Lauren's condition takes a turn for the worse. We heard from Dean, who was diagnosed with MN at age 16. His early symptoms were extreme pain in the kidney region, swelling, and a serious urinary tract infection. He also developed severe migraine headaches. He said in February of 2020, right before the pandemic started, my doctor said the scarring caused by the disease had damaged my kidneys to the point that I needed dialysis. And lastly, in this panel, we heard from Safa, who's 18 years old and was diagnosed with nephrotic syndrome when she was in the 6th grade. She developed leg pain and swelling. She became very withdrawn and depressed. She used to enjoy sleepovers at her cousins, but it became too complicated. MN has also impacted her fasting during the month of Ramadan. And she says, now the years when I do fast, I worry about what my labs will look like afterwards and if my needs will need to be upped. Following this morning session, we took a break, and in the afternoon, we came back. We began with an overview of challenges to clinical trial design by Dr. Lawrence Beck from Boston University School of Medicine. He shared that clinical trials are very important, but challenges conducting MN studies include there's few patients. We need a lot of time to measure the outcomes for the studies, and there's an evolving standard of care. So it's kind of a moving target with just the basic standard of care. Our panel's discussion focused on different perspectives of MN treatments. We heard from Mark, who's got advanced MN and has been on several immunosuppressant drugs. He had side effects of headaches, nausea, vomiting, high BP, joint pains, gout, and weight gain. With rituximab, he had temporary fatigue and minor headaches, but they subsided a couple days after the infusions. Eric H. took large doses of antihypertensives and developed dizzy spells as a result. He takes Rituxan and monitors the sodium in his diet. Any future ideal treatment for him is going to be one that's been vetted with lots of studies to the point where it's directly accepted by the FDA as being on label. We heard from Safariana, who's 35 and has MN since the age of 30. She's taken quite a few different drugs. She said that cyclosporin caused severe facial swelling and immune suppression, leading to many illnesses. Safariana at 35 said she would like to have children, but I've declined Cytoxan twice, and there are really no viable treatment options that don't risk my fertility. So where do I go from here? Then we heard from Nina, who had to resign from her dream job of teaching. She gets eye bleeds if her blood pressure gets too high. She gives herself injections of Repatha into her leg, which she says is painful, like a wasp sting. She also needs Prolia for osteoporosis, and says, I just wish there was a treatment that would not, or that would put those of us with MN in long-term remission quickly and not cause other diseases or serious side effects. We heard that over and over again about wanting less side effects. And finally, we heard from Eric R., who's had MN since age 16. He developed gout and takes prednisone and allopurinol to treat it. Eric said, the mental health effects of my MN are the single most important aspect of my disease experience, especially when I was young. Once again, we heard that from numerous people as well. And he takes Lexapro to try to manage the depression related to having MN. We've heard consistently today that there continues to be a great unmet medical need for people living with MN. And people overall, they'd be willing to participate in research, and everyone would like more and effective treatments. So at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting back to David in the studio. Thank you all so much.
The partnership.
Thank you, Larry. That was a great comprehensive summary of today. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce for their closing remarks two very good friends of the National Kidney Foundation and the membranous nephropathy community. Josh Tarnoff, the Chief Executive Officer of NephCure Kidney International, and Kelly Helm, the Director of Patient Engagement at NephCure. Josh, would you like to start the closing statements?
David, thank you. It is sincerely and always a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for working so closely with NephCure and putting these on, and Kelly and everybody today. It's just been an outstanding day, and I thank you again, the National Kidney Foundation. Most importantly, I'd like to thank our patients. As you both had mentioned earlier in your comments, public speaking is not easy. And when you ask somebody not only to speak publicly, but now I'm also going to talk about my personal journey and things that are very sincere and deeply affecting my personal life and out to a public forum like this, that really takes courage and bravery. And so thank you again to all the panelists. You've done a great service to your fellow folks with membranous nephropathy and the medical community in general. So thanks again. So what did we hear? Boy, Larry did an outstanding job of really summarizing the day in great detail. So I won't repeat a lot of what he said, but I think it's worth iterating that there are several things that go on. There's physical symptoms, there's an impact our daily life. And we've heard stories of, man, this came on quick, rapid progression. And before I knew it, I'm exhausted and swelling. And those are probably the two greatest symptoms from the patient perspective, right? And so we often hear lab values of eGFR, we hear things of protein levels, et cetera. But the patient perspective, really what today is all about, comes front and center. We also heard about the side effects. None of the drugs that we mentioned today were ever designed to be used in kidney patients. They're being borrowed from cancer therapies and other places that, frankly, there's no free ride. Lots of side effects. And we've heard people say literally, man, I have to choose between, do I take the medication to treat my disease or do I live with the disease? Because sometimes the adverse events are equally great. And so not an easy thing to do. But I think the number one issue, if we had to sum up today, one thing that rose to the surface and did a wonderful job, by the way, with all of the surveys, was the emotional impact. And I think what we often forget is the impact on the family, the impact on, do I go out in public, clinical depression, and everything associated with the emotional support around the patient. And that is something we need to think about. How does that now get incorporated into a clinical trial? Remember, that's what today is, the patient incorporation of clinical trial. And we run clinical trials. We, in an academic sense, look at, okay, what's your protein level, right? Or what's your level of this biomarker we've called PLA2R, which are great things to have, by the way. But at the end of the day, are we looking at the impact of our depression? How do you feel? And so I'll introduce a term today that I'm borrowing from Eliza Thompson. Dr. Thompson mentioned on many of her panels and discussions in the past, this thing called a PRO. It stands for patient reported outcome. And to all of the pharma companies listening today, highly encourage you to take this message back, and that it is imperative that we look at the patient in these trials, include secondary markers in addition to the lab values that look at, hey, how do you feel as a patient? Are you having swelling? Are you having depression? Are you exhausted? And what's the delta, right? And when we look at these, and because that matters too. And I think that really expands today in terms of what we're looking at. And I would also end on what we heard from Dr. Burke and others, that there's a lag between the time we see this antibody response and the clinical response. We also heard that there's a thing called spontaneous remission. And that's complicated. When you do a clinical trial, how do you measure effect of a drug when there's potential for somebody to spontaneously remit, right? So all of these factors lead to, I guess, my final comment about the need to participate in these clinical trials. And on behalf of National Kidney Foundation and NephCure, I'm pleading with you to please participate. There are 7,000 rare diseases out there. And every one of the patient advocacy organizations are begging for the attention of the pharmaceutical industry. Please pay attention to my disease. So I'm happy to report that as of today, there are 6 significant clinical, meaning in human test phasing trials going on right now around the world. So please do participate. Without that trial data, we don't get the drugs. And so thank you today for really making this all about what it should be, about the patient, bringing things forward. We really can't thank you enough, to be blunt. And with that, I'm going to turn it up to my colleague, Kelly Helm, who has worked very closely with David on this program. And Kelly, by the way, is a patient mom herself of a daughter with nephrotic syndrome and really has the insight. So Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I too want to start by thanking the patients who recorded their testimonies, joined us on a panel, emailed, and even called in to share your experiences today. As Josh mentioned, I'm a caregiver myself, and I know it's not easy to relive medical trauma, yet you all did so sincerely. So thank you very much. Whether you are a patient, caregiver, a regulator with the FDA, or an industry partner, I think we can all agree that after hearing the patient's journey today, 2 things are clear: that membranous nephropathy patients live a difficult, sometimes invisible, daily struggle, and they deserve better treatments. You as patients were loud and clear that the symptoms of membranous nephropathy and the side effects of your current treatments limit your quality of life. They prevent you from ideal participation in things like school, work, most importantly, family time. Your fears and anxieties of relapse, inability to participate in important tasks, and disease progression creates an ongoing sense of uncertainty. And current treatments are often repurposed from other disease states, as Josh mentioned, and cause life-altering side effects or comorbidities. Patients often don't even know which medication will work for them without trying all of them, which leads to added suffering and potentially sustaining permanent damage to their kidneys as they search for the best option. The current way is not ideal. So patients and care partners, please know that after the meeting today, if you think of additional comments or something that you maybe wanted to say today but didn't, the comment form will be available for 30 days from now on kidney.org. Post-meeting comments that come in after the meeting today are considered part of the meeting and will be incorporated. So our next step today, post-meeting, is to gather all of the input that you provided and put it into what we call a voice of patient report. And once that is completed, this report will be submitted to the FDA for their use whenever they're evaluating a potential drug for membranous nephropathy. This is also a public document that you too will be able to access. We also wanted to let you know that the live stream of today's meeting will be available for viewing both at kidney.org as well as nephcure.org. And I think everyone on today's call and those who will read the subsequent report for years to come all have the same goal in mind, and that's to learn more about membranous nephropathy, develop and bring to market more effective treatments specifically designed for membranous nephropathy patients, both to lower proteinuria, save kidney function, and provide fewer side effects so that patients can avoid those freight train days we heard about earlier today and be an active part of society. So David, back to you.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Josh. This has been a wonderful meeting. Thank you for staying with us today and for painting such a vivid picture of what it's like to live with membranous nephropathy. You have been heard, and you can be certain that the FDA and pharma were listening carefully to the input that you gave today. Thanks again to our speakers and panelists, and we're particularly grateful to the FDA staff who took the time to listen to today's proceedings. I also want to thank my NKF colleague Juan Perez for his expert help in organizing this meeting. And finally, we thank the incredible crew here at Dudley Digital Works for their expert and meticulous planning and execution of today's broadcast. So thank you again for tuning in today, and please watch for our Voice of the Patient report, which will be available sometime next year. Stay safe and stay well.